It's the knowledge and a little imagination.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I almost forgot where my camera was. We're up here now today. Good morning, good morning. I put up right here in chat my uncle Harold messaged me. I said good morning, and he sent me this beautiful picture. Look at this, guys. And that's something else. You gotta love it. That right there is Minnesota. Minnesota this early, guys. So if you got a view looking that good, congrats. I'm a little brighter over here. I'm looking out over some frosty grounds that dried up a little bit. They warmed up. So good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? My name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader, where every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, we do live stock analysis. We do live commentary. And shoot, brother, you know we do that live trading here. And we're going to get right into it, guys. We're going to get right into it. We do have PCE coming out today at 8:30. So in 30 more minutes, we have PCE coming out. Good morning, young man. It looks like we got a baby strolling on in here. He wants to say good morning. Come here. Come here. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. We shall see. Should have shut that door a little tighter. So, guys, first thing I want to just put out there is last night, actually before I left the show here, we were looking at this, and I said, you know, if it breaks down here, we are looking very scary. And then I said, if it doesn't hold here, we could break all the way down to this 380. Well, that being said, that 380 held. That area held down here. Sorry, guys, a little distracted. This held down here, and then it pushed back up. Well, I expected this push back up to linger here for a little while and then push back up today. That didn't happen. That happened all in one day, which is absolutely phenomenal. The fact that we had this big of a move all the way down, clearing all of this liquidity, and then pushing right back up and getting right back into this area. We're standing up, guys. We are standing up. I can't sit. I can't sit still, baby. I can't sit still. So, PCE data coming out today. So, I just want to go over this, though. So, this thing broke down, right? It broke down, and I showed you my little liquidity area, and I said after it breaks through this, I'm not messing with this thing, and I'm expecting this to fall even further. I said if it does break through this, I'll be watching for a pop today, not yesterday. I would be looking for a pop the next day up into this area, but it all happened all at once. It did pop back up just like I expected, but it happened way sooner than I thought. So last night, what I ended up doing is I ended up taking a small short position against the market right here in the SQs, okay? So if you don't know what the SQs is, if we look at the Qs, here's the Qs right here on the right-hand side. It's got about 100 stocks in it, give or take. And what it does is it follows the market pretty well, but it is tech heavy, okay? So here is the Qs. See how it looks a lot like the SPY we just looked over? Well, this is the SQs. It's a triple leveraged ETF that is inverse correlation. So if you see the market dip down and shot back up, well, you can see the SQs shot up and then dip back down. So I bought the SPY or the SQs when it was sitting right down here in the 37 area. Let's just look at the trader. Let's see, 37.93, okay? 37.93, so right about here. Let's just mark it so we don't have to do this again. Right there, 37.93. We'll make it green so we know. Why did I take it? Well, simply put, guys, we were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about this big area, and if it, I'm sorry, not on the Qs. We were talking about this big area right here, and if it broke through, then I would be expecting that the market looks weak. And then I would expect for a bounce to get short somewhere in this area. Well, it did bounce. It bounced way sooner than I had anticipated, and here we are now, right? So I got a few shares in short, nothing too crazy, just enough to say, hey, this was my game plan. It just happened way sooner than I anticipated. So I got about 20 shares short in the SQ, which is the triple levered ETF that is in an inverse correlation to the stock market. It sounds confusing, guys, but if I say it enough to you, you are going to be right there with me. When I say triple lever ETF that's inverse, you are going to know exactly what that is, okay? So let me just bring up the chat just in case. We gotta make sure that we stay on top of it. All right, baby. Today's gonna be a great day, especially if you are here for pre-market, because you're doing yourself a favor. Let me turn on the light here. Give us a little light. Woo! Looking good, baby. So making trades and making money, that's what this is all about. So let's just go over NVIDIA really quick. So I'm still in NVIDIA, and to be honest with you, I don't expect NVIDIA to hold. Now, I could be wildly wrong. NVIDIA could hold. This thing could take off on a tear. It does look strong, especially with the overall market. This thing continues to shoot upward. But with the overall market trying to weigh it down, okay? If the overall market is trying to weigh down the overall market, right? The overall market is going to weigh down all stocks. So things aren't going to want to push. When the market is pushing and it's pushing hard, the overall market is not going to want to head up. So if we bring up the SPY on this left side, or the Qs or whatever, if we're looking at NVIDIA, I think we'd rather look at the Qs. But let's look at the SPY and see how the SPY is just tanking down here. Okay, I mean, it's really tanking pretty hard in pre-market. Okay, it's a pretty big move. Now, NVIDIA still holds. I mean, it's crazy. It really is amazing. I'm not saying that it can't. It wildly could. It definitely 100% could. But when the overall market is doing this, you can't expect this to hold for very long. So I will have to say, in my heart, I want to get out of this trade. But I will not get out of this trade because I've taken this trade on, knowing the risk already, and I'm playing this out. Now, we're in very small share size here. We're down $2 on this trade, okay? I think, what do we risk? I think we risked like $5 or $10 on this trade, guys. It's really not much at all. But that's because we knew what it was implying, and I'm obviously here for you, for your entertainment every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, baby. So I got to put on some trades, and that's exactly what we did here. We're taking the same earnings trades that I have went over multiple times. So we got the SPY over here on the left side. It's trading at 397.82. Of course, where has it been trading the past 3 days? The exact numbers that we have been talking about. Those exact numbers, 400, 410, and 420, okay? So we've had all of these marked out for you. I can remark them just so we have an understanding, but you know, we've been over this numerous times, and you know, guys, I keep wanting to zoom out further and further. So here's the hourly, and the further I zoom out, the more we need to understand we're looking at swing trades the further you look out, right? If you're looking at day trades, you still want to be zoomed out this far so you know where things are. So if I'm looking at swing trades, I need to know that this is a very important area, 400. Look how many times it hit. Well, if this pops back up into this area, into this 400 area, what can we expect? Well, if we're under that 400 area and we come up and we hit our head on it, we're going to expect resistance. When that resistance fails, then it's going to fail. Sometimes it's going to fail hard, sometimes it's going to catch, and sometimes, you just need to take some shares off when you're up. Or are you looking for that swing? Are you looking for that long term? Well, then we're going to hold on to these shares. We're going to make sure we take some of our profits out, so that way if it goes directly against us, we still are in a profitable trade, and then we're going to let the rest ride. Okay, so that's how I trade. That's what I do. And if you have any questions surrounding that, I'll be happy to explain them to you. But remember, you are finding your own way in the market. This is my way. Is it the right way? I don't know, but it's the only way for me. Okay, because if you buy or sell, or if you take any of those recommendations from other people, you're doing yourself like it's like injustice, right? Like you're not helping yourself at all if you just constantly try to replicate somebody else's trading style. So the best thing that I will always say to do, guys, is to make sure 110% that you know what you're doing, and if you're watching somebody else, you're learning. Just soak in all that knowledge, all right? Soak in all that knowledge. I'm gonna take a quick coffee break. I know. It's only 8:08 and I'm already looking for a coffee break, right? But we do have CPE today, so I will need a friendly reminder when 8:30 rolls around. if we have anybody here that's interested in CPE, we will pull up the news and we will sit here patiently and we will wait for that news to break. So what is CPE? Oh, well, thank you so much for asking. It is Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index. Okay, so that is the price of goods that we are willing to pay for something, or that our hosts are willing to pay. So I shop at Kroger or Highlight, right, in this area, in Monroe area. Cheers to you, Monroe.
Brother.
And basically, whatever they're willing to pay for their bread, and I'm going to be willing to pay for that bread, that is the CPE. That's the PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditure. Now, I am reading this verbatim because I cannot memorize all these numbers, but better yet, I could just do this. Look at this, guys. Here's the PCE price index for the past 4 months. So in September 2022, we've seen a PCE index of 6.3%. And since then, it has slowly been going down. So it does look like Mr. Papa Powell and his quantitative easing looks like it's working since he started this. Okay, so September 6.3%, then we're reduced to 6.1, 5.5, 5.0. All right, now we have a release that's coming out today at 8:30. So if you're just joining us, but I know a lot of you sleepy heads take a while to warm up, wake up, and hop on. But this is our main focus at 8:30. At 8:30, we are going to expect, or at least hope for the overall market, that this is lower. We want to see a lower personal consumption expenditures price, because the less that we're paying for things is better, right? If we're paying for things and it's less, and they're coming down, the prices are slowly coming down, then we have more money as a whole to spend on other things, which then would turn into actually being able to afford equities, right? So keep that in mind, guys. If PCE is slowly coming down, that means we have more money to spend on stocks. So that would in turn increase your stock prices and stuff. It'll look better for the market, usually. Now, that's not always true. Sometimes good news is bad news. Sometimes we've already priced in everything. So it all depends on where we sit. So let's see here. Aiden's on my Facebook Messenger. Aiden, if you're watching, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. He says he digs the music. He likes the music. And we appreciate that, Aiden. Thank you. We like to have lo-fi music on because trading can get extremely exciting. Definitely really, really exciting. I mean, that's my personal thing. If you come out and you're always just trading stone-faced and you're just that dang good, I'm proud of you. But I need to have a little lo-fi music on, so I like to keep a little bit of that lo-fi music on for you guys, because I know how it be sometime. So we always try to keep a little lo-fi music on there to make sure we revert to the mean. We stay calm and collected so we have a cool, smart, thinking, trading mind so we can keep on keeping on. So again, PCE, the personal consumption expenditure price, we are expecting something below 5.0%. So 5%, guys. We want to see it below that. So we will see what's going on with that at 8:30. Sorry if I look a little distracted. I'm just making sure we are all set up. Good morning. I will be in and out today, but I will be here. Love you all. Good morning, Grandma. I'm going to shoot you a nice chocolate chip cookie over there. We got to get them emotes. You got to make them looking good, baby. Grandma deserves it. She deserves a chocolate chip pancake, and that's what this is right here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. So what are you guys watching? What do you got online? What was going on, baby? I am pumped to be here right now. I am pumped. We already got a trade. We got 3 trades in, actually. This Tesla, I need to just exit this. I don't even know why I'm still in this. Totally forgot we had this on. Didn't take it off from yesterday. So let's go ahead and join the ask on this and get rid of this one share. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. Yes. So we got awesome news. We got very, very awesome news, guys. We are up to, How many subscribers? 234. Look at that. Heck, it even jumped since I started the stream. Things are looking really, really good here for us, guys. 234 subscribers. You know, I can't thank the moderator enough, Carly. She is kicking butt and taking names. She is doing things on the side to try and get us more views, more likes, and more subscribers, and it looks like it's working. All you got to do is reach out, say hello to a few people, and, you know, if they like it, they got friends. Everybody's got friends, right? Except for maybe me, because I'm the introvert that needs attention. So I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being online with me today. So let's run through the indices and see if we can't get an overall better understanding of what is going on. I really want to get rid of this share before we carry on. I don't want to sit here and think about it all day. Sure, it's only a couple bucks, but it's a couple bucks that I'm not willing to lose, y'all. Shoot. All right, so maybe I should just make sure it's on. Good to close. Oh, that's why. There we go. That's why. Join the ask. Get rid of that share, please. All right. So first, we have the SPY. We'll look at it over here on this left side. Yeah. On the left side here, we always talked about this $400 area. We've spit up into this $400 area. We've rejected. We've pushed up. We've bounced off of. And now here we sit. We traded in here for the past 3 days waiting for a direction. I told you guys yesterday, hey, yo, if this thing starts to fall and break, I'm expecting this thing to fall a lot lower down to this $380 area. I expected today for this to pop up, not yesterday, but today. But yesterday it popped up. I seen some big wicking here on the 15. We are on the hourly. And when I seen that, I got in short on the SQs. Okay, so we're going to keep on keeping on because, again, you already know where my sentiment lays. If, wow, it looks like things are really starting to fail here. Really starting to fail here. They don't want to let me out of Tesla. So there we go. Now I don't have to think about Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla is breaking down from that $200 area. I just had to get the single share that I had out from yesterday. Yes, we could have taken a little bit more profit, but hey, I held for better things, and I woke up this morning to a small loss on Tesla and a large win on the SQs. So we will come back to that. I don't want it to sound like I'm a big bragging, but it is what it is. I'm making money, baby, and it feels good. All right, IWM on this left-hand side. IWM looks like it had a beautiful bounce off that 186 that we had marked out here for you from previous days. It bounced not just once, not just twice, but 3-4 times off this level. And now it looks like it's ready to exhaust itself. Why do I think that? Well, if we look at this common downtrend, it does look like it is exhausted. Every bounce that it has created has not went up nearly as high. Netflix, we knew, was on a terror down lower, trying to catch this double bottom here, which if you caught, it does look pretty good. It's not a perfect double bottom, but you could have caught a nice little pop on this. But again, we see these wick off tops. We're on the 1 hour today on this, just to get an overall better sentiment, better view of the market. On the daily, you can see this thing wants to head right back down to that 200-day moving average. Now, Microsoft yesterday, as you guys know, this Microsoft, goodness gracious, just squatting down on that 200-day moving average. Now, it's really being defended here, and it actually looks like it wants to hold. But with the overall market and the way things are, it doesn't look too good for Microsoft. Now, can it hold? It absolutely could. Could be wrong about my sentiment, my bullish bias, or my bearish bias, I should say here. I definitely, oh goodness gracious, B Stewie's in the, B Stewie. I was so worried you couldn't make it today. B Stewie's here. He's in the nerve center, and he is doing good. He says, good morning, Granny Ranny. Everybody loves Granny Ranny. Everybody loves that lady. But anyway, guys, back to it. Microsoft and everything else around us looking ultimately weak. Why did I say ultimately? I don't know. Maybe because it's looking like autumn outside. But we need to spring back into action. We are at 94.9 on Amazon. We are still trading well below 100. I say Amazon looks duty anything below 100, and then I'll still think it looks duty anything below that 200-day moving average. Guys, I cannot believe that we are already up to 234 subscribers. I don't even have any haters yet. Are we ever going to have haters, guys? If I just keep bleeding this positivity, maybe all the haters will stay far, far from here. But, guys, anyway, if you take a look at Meta, look at this. This 170 looks like it's holding. It's holding. Hold. Now, I talk about this every single day. I do personally believe, I mean, I'm just biased in this situation, especially with the overall market sentiment looking kind of poopy. This thing's going to fall. This thing's going to fall and fill this liquidity gap, probably come down here around this $150 area. Now, I could be wrong. This thing could pop off, but look at, just like I showed you on the other ones, like here, look at this. I mean, it's just, that's the sentiment, right? That right there is the sentiment. It broke this $185 level. We knew that this was a very, very strong level, this 185. It broke down from this 185, and then it bounced up, and then it couldn't ever get back to it. And it just keeps traveling lower and lower. And look at this. If this breaks this area, we could see a pretty quick, pretty good fall. That's not a buy or sell recommendation. I'm just literally looking at technical analysis. I'm just making very, very easy observations here. And I'm going, hey, you know, it looks like this thing, it's looking weak, guys. It's looking weak. You know, you ever see, you know, like somebody on high heels, never wore them before? I mean, I'd be a little bit taller if I was wearing them. Maybe I should see if the wife has any, but it's looking wobbly. This thing is looking like a man on high heels right here. How about that? Yeah, you don't see that very often. I mean, maybe this day and age, but this thing looks like it's a man on high heels. It's going to break its ankle, and it's going to fall and tumble right down here to this $150 area. All right, so Meta looking like a man on high heels. How's that reference for you? NVIDIA. So as you guys know, I already took a trade in NVIDIA. What were we playing? Well, of course, we were playing the gap up on earnings. So if we look in here, where do we take the trade? Well, here's our 5-minute range. We have this top of 235.15 and this low of 230. If we look at our active trader, I did catch a share at 235.12. So almost right where that broke out. I think we got it a few cents. No, actually we got it right spot on. So that's absolutely beautiful, looking great. So we got the trade, it broke out, it looked good. Why did I go small share size? Well, because the overall market, guys, as we've been going over, hasn't been looking the prettiest, right? We had nice opportunities, we've had nice trades to the north side, but we've had to cut, and we've not made much money on them because they all have been failing. So what does that tell me when I'm taking trades? Well, you better be on your P's and your Q's. So I have been. So we're taking small share size on this because, especially with the overall market looking poopy doopy, then the NVIDIA trade was looking good, but I don't expect to win on this. That's why we have stop losses, right? So Granny Randy says, hi, Stu. Have a great day, young man. And B. Stewie, have a wonderful day. Thanks, Granny Randy. Have a blessed day as well. That is awesome. That's what I like to see in chat, guys. We are blessed every single day. Every single day when we wake up, we should be thanking somebody, right? You better get over there and get on your knees, baby. So let's go ahead and look at Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla. You see me exit this trade. I woke up this morning with that trade, and it was more of the less, hey, where did this share come from? Why am I in this share? What am I still doing in this trade? If I think the overall market and the sentiment is to the south side, and we have this downward trend line, then hey, might as well exit my trade. Now it is running right back into this area, but under 200, I am bearish. I don't like the looks of this thing when it's trading under that 200, as you guys know. Now, I've played the bounce off this 200 multiple times and made some money, but every time it popped up, we would take half, sell the other half, pop up, sell out, right? And now here we are. I bought this breakout and I didn't sell in time, so we stopped out for a really small loss, like $3.66. Okay, so now my overall sentiment is, it's pride and true. I think I'm showing my true colors right now, guys. I really am. I'm taking off the horns. I'm looking bearish, but I've been surprised so many times, right? So this could just be that tight range right here. Like, I got to argue the other side now that I said that out loud, right? I got to argue the other side. Look at this. Look how tight this is getting on Tesla. That is looking bullish if it can break out from this area. And if it breaks out from this area, we might see a nice push to the north side. So I need to argue that side, but we also need to look at the rest of the overall market. So let's look at Google over here. Google's still pulling back, not finding a bid, still falling in this area. The only place it started to look like it was shaping up was that 94 area, right? That 94 area looked pretty dang healthy. Hey, Curtis, dude, it's awesome to have you in here. Good morning, Curtis. God bless you. I'm proud to see you up and able to at least do something. I know you're probably laying there, but you know, I told you I'd say a little prayer over dinner for you, and I did, man. And I really, really hope that you're feeling better. I hope that shoulder's doing better, because we all know we need Curtis in our life. Curtis is an amazing advocate for all sports in Ida. That man is constantly after work. He works his butt off all day. Then he goes and he does kid sports, whether it's football or baseball, or it doesn't matter. He is there for the team. So he's a huge advocate, and I got to give you a shout out, Curtis. So thank you for stopping in, man. It's nice to have just an awesome group. Like, this community that's growing is just absolutely amazing. I know most of you, and you're all good people. So thank you so much. God bless you, Curtis. Thank you so much for stopping in, brother. All right, we got the Qs. Let's just take a look at the Qs. Now, you see this big wick here? Don't mind that wick. Some people will call this like a liquidity pool, a black liquidity pool, or a black pool, or a dark pool. That's it. It took me a while. But when you're talking like this, you know, it can get kind of silly. But anyway, this is called a dark pool wick, and that's where you got a guy up here at 297 or anywhere in between, and he's got a ton of liquidity that he's trying to sell, a ton of equities, and then you get another guy in here that wants to sell all of it. So if you got a buyer and a seller, then this just cancels all of it, right? So he wants to buy all this guy wants to sell all this, and it cancels each other out. That's one theory. Could be completely wrong on that, okay? The other theory I like to have is, like, say you're an institutional ownership, and somebody, whoever owns this ticker or whatever this trust is, if you take a crap load of money and you just send it up and send it back down, you can figure out where things are sitting. You can figure out if people are getting in or out in that area, and that is just my personal belief. I think sometimes they like to launch things up there and then come back down to say, hey, who's up there? What's really sitting there? What attention is this going to catch? You know, what alerts is this going to set? How many people are still sitting there? All those questions. So I could be wildly skeptical that I could just be the UFO kind of conspiracy theorist about these wicks, and this also could just be a misprint on the actual chart. Like, this could just be a misprint, and if it's just a misprint, then that's just what it is. But either way, I don't look at these. When you see these big wicks, I don't pay any attention. That's not even there. Okay, so we are looking at the Qs, and if we look at the Qs on the daily, you'll see. Let's look at the SPY on this right side here. And guys, we got CPE coming out here in like 3 minutes, okay? And so you're gonna see some big movement, maybe not big movement, but we're gonna see some movement in the SPY coming up here, okay? And I'm not gonna act like I'm gonna try and be the first one to have the news. I'm not trying to do that, because whether the news comes out and we take that news and we internalize that news and we can make a trade, that's more for fear of missing out. You're not going to be able to make a decision knowing if the CPE index, when it comes out, you're not going to say, oh, okay, well, I know I'm fully long or I'm fully short, because you never know if the market has already had priced it in there, or if it, you could, if good news is bad news, good news, whatever it is. So what I like to do is I let it come out, I let it do its thing. If I'm in a trade, I make sure that I know my stop loss, right? And I let all the index, all that crap, all the information, all the news come out. It'll throw it around, it'll shake things up, and then it'll pick a direction. And then from there, you can either exit your position, right? You can enter your position, or you can look around and see what the rest of the things are doing, and then make a decision based on key levels, okay? So I know some of this that I'm spitting out might sound complicated, it might be hard, but guys, you got to understand that it's really not. What it is the verbiage. If I could put it in a way where you would understand it, then you would then you would understand it, right? But I can't put it in that way because this might be a different language to you now. But that's the thing, it's all verbiage. Once you understand what I'm saying, then you are going to understand all of it, right? So know those keywords. If you don't know what CPE is, well, then just ask, and I will go over it and over it and over it. I don't care. Personal consumption expenditure price. And back here in September, the rate was at 6.3%. We were paying, this is how I'm interpreting it, we were paying 6.3% more in September for our consumable goods, okay? So in October it was 6.1, then 5.5, and then in December it was 5.0, meaning it was slowly coming down. So what do you think is going to happen if the PCE comes out and it is high? Well, it's pretty simple. Hang on, I just got to do a little networking. Just seen this. So we have US stock traders, again, advertising for us today, or I should say is letting us advertise on their site. So I just want to go ahead and give a shout out to Trey Long. Trey Long is the active user on, I'm looking everywhere. This is hilarious. Let me just bring this up. US stock traders. So he is the group admin. That's probably the best way to put it. His name's Trey Long, and he puts us up every single day on US stock traders. They have over 16,000 people on US stock traders. So it's absolutely amazing. He just asked, hey, I didn't see your thing, so I'm going to put it up for you. So thank you so much, Trey Long. Really do appreciate it. So now it looks like we have the release. So let's see if we can see the release. Let's bring this up on the news right here. Obviously, the release is a negative correlation, guys. So like I said, we could bring up the news and we can scramble. And oh my gosh, what's the news? What's the news? But, you know, it doesn't matter if we find it. It's not going to change what this chart's going to inevitably look like, right? So keep that in mind. So thank you, Trey. Thank you, sir. Totally fine. He says he didn't see my post, so he didn't get it out in time, but hey, it's A-okay. Trey, I'm just happy, honestly, that you are on the same side as me. Trey's awesome, man. He does awesome things for awesome people. He helps dogs out that are in need, and he finds homes for them, right? So right here's the core PCE index for January is 0.6% versus the 0.4% expected. So, meaning we have a higher PCE index than we had expected, which is going into internally or externally, however you want to look at it, is going to bring these prices down. Now we are running right down into this base here. Look at this. Is it going to find a hold here? Because this, to me, this is a really important area. If it breaks these lows on the Qs, this thing looks very yucky. So in the meantime, if we look at, let's say, my SQs trade, obviously because it's an inverse correlation, we have this big liquidity push up. See that? So this big liquidity push would be a great time for me to get out a few shares, okay? But why am I not going to get out a few shares? Well, because you guys know me. I like to see that bigger expected move. So we are at these lows, and then PCE comes out, and it's breaking down. Well, if it's breaking down, I'm going to hold my breath, and I'm going to hold for that bigger expected move. Now, if it reverses on me and comes right back up here somewhere, then I'll take a small win. But I'm looking for those big chips today, guys. So if you're here and you're seeing this, yeah, I'm up about $30, okay? This you can't look at this on these inverse ETFs. You got to look at the P&L for the day. So we're not down 123. We're up about $31. And you can see I have 20 shares at $37.93. I have it marked out here for you guys right now. So instead of looking at the actual P&L, if we just go ahead and grab this, you can see I was risking 1%, and now we are up 4%. So that's a 1-to-4 risk-reward ratio, and this would be a great time for me to exit, take my money, and run. But as you guys know, I learned the hard way, right? I learned the hard way, and I never take my money and just run. So maybe we'll just hold on to this thing, and we will see if we can't see a larger expected move like down there to the 380s that I was talking about earlier. So it very well could happen. If we break that 200-day moving average, it'll look absolutely yucky, and nobody will be happy with that. Especially if you have 401ks, your Roth IRAs, you got anything like that, yuck, 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 yuck. So, pumped you guys are here. I want to thank everyone who Junior, Brian, I didn't realize it was your son's birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Junior. Sorry for the happy belated. I'm just reading that now, Brian, on your Facebook. So, congratulations. It's all about the kids, guys. It really is. Except for when I'm streaming. LOL. Just kidding. But no, you'll get to see the kids. They'll be in here in just a little bit. They'll come in and they'll say hi. But yeah, we are still holding this. We're still holding this out, guys. We're still going to hold out on this because I'm expected the bigger expected move. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm earning money right here in front of you as a day trader, as a swing trader, as a long-term investor. But you need to understand that I always could be wrong, So don't ever put your money because of something I said. I want you to learn from what I'm saying. I want you to take your own trades, and then I want you to come at me and I want you to say, Dave, look at this. I know supply and demand. This is what I seen on this ticker, and this is why I took this trade. And the first thing I'm going to ask is, well, where was your stop? Because we always want to stop. We always want to stop. We always want to start with our stop. So when I got into this trade here, my stop was right here, guys, at this top. Because if it breaks out of here, I don't expect that to do any better, right? So that's where my stop was. Well, we seen this come up here, okay, and we're looking at the inverse correlation. If we look over here, it came up here, and when I told you guys, when it's in this 400 area, today I wanted to look for a short trade. Well, this happened all in one day. It popped back up here, so I averaged in right here. I got about 20 shares, just something small to hold overnight, okay? So things are looking good. When we're looking for a bigger expected move here, I'm looking for a bigger breakdown, a bigger fall, a bigger drop, and it did break through that 396.16. But remember, guys, this is in pre-market as well, so we might see a little pop here and heading back up to the north side. Only time is going to tell. Obviously, if we're in this area all the way down here, it's expected to see a bounce because it's a big pullback. But you got to understand, sometimes this data will really move this market. And we've already looked down here. Like if we look, let's look at the hourly. I'm really starting to like the hourly even more than the 15-minute, guys. And this is the SQ. So let's go to the SPY just so we don't confuse ourselves. So guys, look at this. It's a beautiful thing. We get this push up. We're getting this big bear market rally here on the daily. But then you see this thing just slowly start to slide off, and it can't create any new higher highs. It's only creating new lower highs, meaning lower high, lower high, lower high. Okay, same thing up here. These are all lower highs. This one here looks like it broke out through there, but pre-market, right? So anyway, it's creating all these lower highs, and then we come down here, we start breaking this down, and then right before PCE comes in, it whips right back up, right? Well, I don't like that, and I wasn't expecting PCE to look good, so now look what's happening, guys. We are getting that big breakdown, that big flush, so I'm glad I held on to my shares. I'm really expecting a lot bigger move than this. I think this flush, because so many people, I feel like so many people, including myself, were bullish in this area, that when we start to see this flush, we might actually see some panic, and it might panic down to this 390 area. Now, I do have an uptrend right here at this 390, and that's because if we zoom out, guys, on the daily, look at this. Everybody's got this drawn too. I'm not just some genius that drew this, okay? I looked at this. I looked at a ton of other people on YouTube. A ton of other people have the same line drawn. So if this comes down here, bounces off 90, catches a bid right here, look at this. Look at this right here. Right on 390. So we have an uptrend and we have 390. If this comes down and smacks 390, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but it could possibly happen. And when this does happen, I don't want you guys thinking I'm a genius. I just want you guys to know that I said it, right? Know that I said it, know where the levels are, because I'm making technical analysis. I'm drawing lines, okay? That's all I'm doing. It's nothing hard. It's just I've been doing it long enough that I know and I understand, okay? Now, I could be wrong, and I always preface that. I could be wrong because I've been wrong before. Okay, this thing might stop right here and dead in its tracks and head higher. But my question would be, why would it stop here? Why would it consolidate in this area? It would consolidate better off in this area at a psychological level, 1, and 2, because we already have some support. Okay, so I'm not going to sit here when this makes it down here, and I'm not going, oh, look at me, look at me. But I will say, guys, it's all here. It's all here for you, and you can do it yourself. Just hang out, learn a few things, guys, and we can have some fun. But in the meantime, we're going to sit here and print money. Why? Because it's delicious, and I got to feed the family. Let's go to the SQs and see what we're up now. So I could have taken that measly 30 bucks off. Now we're up 40 bucks. Actually, we're up $40.20. Huh? 420. Let's go, baby. So we're going to see what happens. Again, the SQQQ is a triple levered ETF in the inverse correlation of the Qs. So let's make some money, baby. I love it. Things are looking good, and I'm glad to start the morning off with some money, baby. Looking good. So let's run through the indices on the left-hand side. Guys, up here, we're going to keep it on the hourly so we have a better understanding. And down here, we'll keep it on the daily so we have a better understanding. The SPY still trading above the 200-day moving average, but heading down towards it, trading now at 395.40, well below its closing price from yesterday. IWM, quick stop. Curtis Stanford says, back at you, brother. Thank you very much. I'm enjoying being on here. Yeah, man, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, guys. If you love this content, if you like stock commentary, if you like stock analysis, or heck, you just like my big chin waving around in front of this camera, then hit that subscribe button, guys, because we are putting together an awesome community. We are a loving, caring community. We are trying to look out for you. We are not like the other YouTubers at all. I've looked them all up. I like some, but I don't love most, okay? So that's what we're trying to do. I think I can do it better, and if you think I can do it better, then stick around, baby, because we will show you. We are here to prove it to you, and I do it in front of you every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. I do it live. I'm taking live trades in front of you guys, right? Live trades. Who else is doing that? All right, so IWM, it's testing that area that we have marked out for you quite a few times. The IWM has looked a lot, and I mean a lot, stronger over the overall market, okay? A lot stronger, well above that 200-day, hanging around that 30-day moving average, okay? Well, everything else wants to plummet. Netflix, just tanking, guys. I almost want to add a 50-day moving average to this. Lil Pencil's in the house. What's going on, Lil Pencil? It's good to see you, brother. What are you watching today? You probably banging out on some of them small caps, ain't you? We got CING. CING is looking absolutely awkward right here. TMBR just pushing up. BAER just pushing up. But we can also look at this, LLAP. LLAP, if it can hold this area, it might be a nice little breakout trade to the north side, but it does look like it's failing with the rest of them. Don't forget AI, our good friend AI. Yes, I have this marked out. No, I haven't forgot. I even marked out the liquidity area. So Lil Pencil says, any hot stocks for today? Well, I can tell you right now, with the PCE index coming out hotter than normal, look at this, Lil Pencil. The Q's taking a huge dookie dump. Look at that, man. Crazy, right? So I'm going to be watching AI for a breakout. Yes, a breakout in these downtrends because people are still looking for hot stocks. Look at Beyond Meat. BYND had this huge gap up right here in after hours on, they had earnings of a negative $1.13, and let's see, their actual was $1.05, so they did better, but I mean, it's Beyond Meat, you know. So what I'm looking at is, we have this breakout here, basically. You could consider that a breakout on earnings, but I just wanted to point that out, guys. I don't believe in Beyond Meat. I mean, it always has that opportunity to squeeze and head up to the north side, but when I'm looking at this, it looks like crap, So if this thing popped up, which it did, and it's trading somewhere in this area, well, guess what this area holds? A huge pocket of liquidity right here, and look what it touched, guys. It touched that area, and it's probably going to sell off, I'm just saying it's super easy technical areas. So why wouldn't I short the heck out of this thing? You know, I don't know. It's just not my trade, you know. But the more I talk to a lot of traders that are doing these shorting like this, you know, the more I want to do it. The more I look at it and I say, hey, this is something that I will do. This is something that I will trade. But that's what's great about having a small channel like this is you guys will get to watch me grow. I've watched channels like John at Beginner Trading. I've watched him grow over the past 3 years, you know, 4 years. He's been went from small cap penny stocks to now he's trading, you know, larger equities where he buys and he holds on the dips. And you know, that's his. I don't agree with his way of trading, but you know, I'm sure he probably wouldn't agree with mine in some certain scenarios. But you guys, it takes time. It takes a long time. Okay, it takes a really long time, and you're always learning. Okay, I'm always learning from other people. You can always learning from me. So Beyond the Harbor popped in. He said, "What stocks are we watching today?" You know, brother, you'd be the one I would want to ask. But I'm just kind of running through everything. With the overall market sentiment being to the north side beyond the harbor, I just took some SQs. I took some SQ shares yesterday right here in this 37.92 area because of the overall market sentiment was looking poopy. We talked about this yesterday where in the SPY I wanted to see this bounce back up from these lows today into this area. But that actually all happened in one day. So it bounced back up. So yesterday, after I got off stream, I was watching this towards the end of the day. That's when I ended up getting my SPY shares. I got my SQ shares so I could short this market because it just looked absolutely awful. So now PCE comes out and this thing heads wildly lower. And you guys, I told you when it was hitting here, I should probably take off some shares. But I'm expecting that bigger move. I'm trying to play that bigger move. So I will be holding. I will be holding probably down here until it gets to this. You know, the life expectancy of this isn't this long, but I would say if I could, I would love to see me holding down to this 390 area. That would be a great trade. But we know we're going to see some resistance at this 200-day moving average. But I really think overall, on the bigger picture, guys, we're going to come all the way down to that 190 before we see anything. So what are you watching today beyond the harbor? I don't have too much hot for you. We got LLAP. It looks like it might break down in this area, but if it holds, it has the opportunity of going higher. But don't get it twisted. It is very extended from the 10 and 20 and 30-day moving average. Now, AI is still holding that low, that area here at 2150. So if this has a breakout, that could have a nice push higher. Now we talked about Beyond. It's gapping up right into that liquidity. That might be something you might want to watch beyond the harbor. I know you don't like these larger caps, but it is a shoot ticker, a poop ticker. Beyond, it gapped right up into its liquidity back here from 2223. And it's failing. So we might have a pop in the morning right here. We might have a nice little push back into that liquidity area, and it might be a nice area to take a short. So if you guys see it right here, right where I have it marked on that $20 even, if this pops anywhere back up into this area, I would say this would be a nice little area to short. So if I need to draw it out just so we have more of a visual, I'm just kind of taking it from here, guys. And I'm saying if we get a pop somewhere into there during the day, that might be a nice short. But I could be wrong, guys. You know, I'm just throwing things out there. I'm just a big talking head. I'm that guy on YouTube. So Beyond the Harbor says, nice analysis. You're right. I won't trade it with no data, but I will track it. Well, good. I'm glad I'm understanding the way you trade. I mean, you are one of my mentors. I should know. But I'm going to start tracking these as well, brother. So I hope you come up with some good data, and I hope I can come up with some good data too, because these larger float stocks, yes, they do move smaller, but they make bigger moves. They make a lot bigger moves. So this thing could really, you know, just pull way, way, way back as long as that hype stream goes off. So Jim Dickey popped in. Hi, David. Good morning, Jim Dickey. It is always good to see you. You know, Jim, you've always been there for me, brother, and I love seeing your face when you pop in here, man. So thank you. I love you, and thank you for the support, man. I cannot thank you guys enough. I love having a crowd. You know, I'm an introvert that needs attention. You'll hear me say it 1,000 times, you know. I don't want to go out and have drinks with you. I don't want to hang out, you know, in a big group of people. But I want a big group of people watching me while I'm behind four walls. So if you can get behind that, hit that like button, guys. And speaking of the like button, let me just show you where it's at. It's right here. We're already up to 12 likes, 13 likes. Are you kidding me? What the heck is going on? Mikey's in the building as well, and so is David. David, when you get a second, you and your brother come on in here and say good morning to the camera, please and thank you. Mikey, good morning. It's always good to see you. The only thing, Mikey, I don't really see too much craziness going on in the market, but we are going to keep an eye on it. We do have some alerts set. The only thing I was looking for a short was this BYND. If it pops back up in the day into this liquidity area of $20, I think that would be a good short. Mikey, what do you think? I don't know if you heard me go over all of it, but I think that would be a nice little short, Mikey. And I know that you're not, you and Beyond the Harbor trade a lot alike. You like to take those pops in the morning and short it throughout the day as long as you see liquidity that is like the bag holders back. So yeah, it's very slow on your end too. Yeah. So the small caps are slow, guys. So we will be keeping an eye on the larger caps. But listen, you small cap guys, if something pops up, you know me, baby. I will cover it for you. So let me know as soon as you see something beautiful pop up on the small caps. So we are finally seeing a nice little catch here at 395, and it's pushing back up. Now, if we expect a bounce back, because obviously stocks don't go straight down, where are we going to expect this to bounce to? Well, I can tell you from watching the SPY for numerous days, if we get a sell-off and we get a runoff, these pops, these bounces, they won't last long if the market's weak. If we do see something where this thing wants to push and punch a lot higher, well, then we will change our sentiment. We'll change our bias, right? But I do have a bias to the downside because of the PCE data, because of it breaking through this area. Now, because of all this whipsaw action, we could very well just go right back to the top and clear these highs for another short lower. We very well could do that. So keep that in mind, guys. That could very well happen. And you need to have these correlations. You need to have these understandings so you can play the what if scenario. So if we do have a bias, we can look at the other side. Let's look, if you're a bear, we'll put on your horns. If you're a bull, well, then take off those horns. We got to look at both sides of this trade. So I'm expecting continual sell-off. If I don't see continual sell-off, then I play a new game, and that's called extract my money. I want to extrapolate some of that money that I have. If I'm not seeing what I'm expecting to see, then I'm going to start taking my money out of the market, because then my bias, my whole reasoning for my trade is now losing conviction. If you're losing conviction, then you're losing money, and I don't like that. You shouldn't either, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on things. My son says he's sleeping. Dustin and I are still sleeping. All right, boys. Well, I appreciate you turning on the, yes, Rabia. Yeah, I practiced it last night. Just for today, baby. Rabia's here. Heck yeah, good to see you, Rabia. Let me know if you're watching anything. I literally practiced that last night. Every time I would turn around in my chair, I would look up at my board and I'd say, it's Rabia, Rabia. Even my wife said it last night. She said Rabia. So we got it. I think I got it down pat, but I got to say, it is good to see you here. I'm glad you made it here for pre-market prep. It is 8:52 currently Eastern Standard Time. We do have a short in the SPY because we talked about shorting after it popped back up into this 400 area. Now, I expected that to happen today, not yesterday. So I couldn't take this trade on air with you guys, but as you know, I always mark it for you. I'm always very transparent and clear with my trades. So I got it marked here for you. This is where we lay, guys. We're playing at this 37.90. My active trader says we're up $40. So we got a couple cans of coffee. That's nice. That'll keep us awake and alert and talking for 4 hours straight, baby. And if you like what I do and you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, baby. We already got 11 in here. Already got 11 in here for pre-market prep? Are you kidding me? Congratulations. You guys deserve a pat on your back. Beyond the Harbor says, you playing options or swinging shares? Well, it's very, very simple and should be clear to you. I don't mess with options. So yeah, I wish I had options, right? I would be up a lot more money probably, depending on how I played it. But I only take shares short in equities, and I only play equities here on LoFiTrader. Now, I like to learn. I love to learn. So if you got something to teach me beyond the harbor, we need to set up an appointment after, and we need to give me a little run through, and I will be happy to take some options trades right here in front of everybody, my very first ones, after I learn a few things or two, okay? So beyond the harbor, if you got time and you want to share some of your experience, and I know that you, I know one story, I know you bought the wife a new vehicle, right, on a nice share option. So I might not risk that much, because I know if you want to make that much, you got to risk that much a lot of the times. But yeah, if you got something to teach me on that, let's set up an appointment. I would love to have a live with you. I'd love to learn even more from you beyond the harbor. You are the man. So SQs, like I said, guys, what we're expecting on this is if we do see any pops, if we see any pushes or pops, we're going to see this sell off before it even gets to VWAP, okay? If we run all the way back up to VWAP after market opens and we don't see any sell off, then I'm going to get out with a small win, okay? So let me give it a nice little refreshy fresh here. Guys, I do want to point out we are up to 234 subscribers. 234 subscribers. Are you kidding me? We just started this show 2 weeks ago. We are on our third week, guys. This is our third week. We are seeing some awesome movement. We are go constantly, because we are trying to be the best commentary, the best analysis, and the best stock market trader live right here in front of you. I probably won't be the best stock market trader, right? Because those guys are on FinTwits and they're only posting their wins. I'm not going to be the best. I'm going to show you my losers, because you're only a loser if you're not learning, all right? You're only a loser if you're not learning. So, guys, what do we got going on? Let's see. Beyond the Harbor says, I got lucky with some options, by the way, but the big fish moved and play, it makes me nervous. Yeah, the way the big fish move, yeah, that's very, very true. He's talking about the institutional owners, the guys that have the big bucks. The way they move the options, because that's where the biggest money is made, at least that's what they say. They can really mess you up. They can really mess you up if you're not on the right side of the market during those options tradings, those triple witchings, those liquidity sellouts. Then you can get yourself in some big trouble. So you got to be careful when you're playing options, guys. I know Alex plays options, but he's not here. He's still sleeping. Get your butt in here, Alex. What the heck? So, yeah. So, guys, let's do this, man. We're up to 8:56. We still have about 30 minutes. Let me take a quick breath and a sip Shawana, because I need some oxygen. Woo, it feels so awkward sometimes when I quit talking in here. I don't hear my voice bouncing off the walls. I'm like, ooh, what a boring show. We better get right back into it. So since we are here and we know nothing crazy is going on right now, we're going to run through my stock list. My stock list is long and it is inevitable. We aren't going to probably get all the way through it. So if you have something that you want me to take a look at before market open, we still have 30 minutes. We got plenty of time, but I'm going to run through this long list that I've been curating since 2023, and we will remove the crap tickers. We will add some tickers if you guys have something, and we will go over a few of these, but I'm going to try and do this relatively fast. So if you have any questions while I'm running through any of these tickers, please let me know so we can go over it. We're going to keep the SPY up on the right side, and on the left side will be the tickers. ACLS, these are the first 5 tickers that we go through will be actually real tickers, real stocks that I want to actually invest in if the overall market can do well. So ACLS, it looks A-okay. It's trying to hold that 10-day moving average, but looking like in pre-market, it is down to the 21-day moving average. Will it hold? XM, looking like one of the strongest stocks I have seen holding up against the overall market. So XM, we did play this. We did play this on a gap up earnings. We made quite a bit of money on this ticker, and it never stopped us out on our... It never stopped us out. What ended up stopping us out was this 10-day moving average. Because it broke this 10-day moving average, we got out. Now, guess what? We did not have to sit in all this junk. Now, This could be another play. We looked at this breakout for a play. We looked at this breakout for a play. Am I in it? No. Do I wish I got this breakout? Sure, but there's a lot of breakouts that break down, so I did not play it. But if it breaks these highs, I want to know. So we will set an alert and we will keep on with our analysis. ELF looking absolutely beautiful. Look at this thing hold. It's trading at 72.76 right now. So just below its 10-day moving average, but still riding it. So looking absolutely beautiful. You'd got to love to see this cosmetics kicking butt, taking names right now. And it looks like, oh, we need to zoom out on the hourly here. So it's looking like overall, I mean, this is one of the strongest stocks out there in the market next to XM. EMBC is another one of those that are holding. We marked these because if we would have taken this earnings breakout, we would still be in this trade and never stopped us out. And it just lingered kind of right at this $31 area. So we're going to keep on moving on. These are just some stocks that I am looking at. This is NU holding that 21-day moving average above that 200-day moving average, looking absolutely gorgeous. B. Stewie! I said I would do it, and now I've did it. We are looking at the stock PBF Energy. Why am I making such a calamity about this? Well, because my good friend Beach Stewie, who has been a huge supporter of this show since day one, has brought this to my attention. Now, it is a 5.3% mover. It is holding all of its moving averages and trading well above the 200-day moving average. Also, it being in the energy sector, that has been a hot sector for the past couple of months, and it is on a rising trend line, okay? So, when all of these start to line up here, okay, we had a gap up on earnings, it pulled back, it filled its gap, and then started riding on this 10-day. Look at this 10-day. Every time it touches that 10-day, it bounces up every single time. So what do you think is going to happen when that 10-day catches up and then it reaches its supply? So right here's its supply, right? All this is its supply. Now, if it can break through, oopsie poopsie, if it can break through this supply area, then we will be heading higher. So look, it breaks through, it comes right back down, it starts bouncing off the 10-day moving average and then creating a beautiful trend line. What happens when supply reaches demand? One of two things. This is either going to go up or it's going to go down, okay? So this, if we look at on the daily, has been on a constant uptrend. So when you see these uptrends and you see these pools, what can you expect? Well, I'll let you decide. But B. Stewie, I do appreciate you bringing this up so I can look it over every day. Sometimes you see tickers that you wouldn't realize that you might want to be in unless somebody else brings them up. And that's why we want to have a like-minded group of investors here, guys. Because if we are all more like-minded and we know how each other trade, we can say, hey, you, look at this stock. Hey, you, look at this stock. So DT's riding that 21-day moving average, looking very well in compared to the overall market. When you see things like this hold up, these are things that we want to continually keep an eye on. Because why? Well, when the market finally turns around and does something nice, well, then we can look back at the stocks that did better while the market was doing bad. So it's like a ball being held underwater, okay? The market is the water. No, the market is the ball. The stock market is the ball and the water is the pressure, the sell-off pressure, okay? We are pushing down on the ball. We're pushing down on the stock market. While everything else is still holding up, the big ball of the stock market's getting pushed down. When we release that ball and the market goes up, everything else that was doing okay is going to go up with it, okay? Now, if we can keep an eye on things and we can understand how the market's working and we come and show up every single day to get a better understanding of how the market's working, then we can find some conviction in our trades. If you find conviction in your trades and you're confident when you take them because you know your risk and you know where your reward could be, then we take confident trades and that's when we make money. It's that simple, guys. Scared money doesn't make money. If you're not confident, you're not going to make money. If you're not confident, you're not going to get the girl. Okay? So it's time to man up. Unless you're a woman, then you need to woman up, right? Woman up, baby. Let's make some money. That's what we're here for, is to make money first and foremost. If you're not here to make money, I don't know what you're doing here. Maybe it's for my chin. Maybe it's my big old chin in the way. You and me and Dickie worked for PBF, kinda. Yeah, kinda. We worked for quite a few companies, actually. Quite a few companies out there slanging and banging that scaffold, baby. We were the rising stars in the refinery. We would bang, we would climb, we'd be up 120 feet in the air, just swinging our hammers around. But now look at me. I'm in a nice, warm room with 4 walls. I'm just the introvert that needs attention. I don't have to lift that heavy stuff anymore, and neither do you, B. Stewie, and neither do you, Dickie. We already put in our time, baby, and we're all doing better. I love it. And now you guys are all here hanging out with me. Thank you so much, because I need it. You know I need the attention. Guys, if you want to be a part of this crew, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We are here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. I love doing this, and if you love doing this too, hit that subscribe, because we have a like-minded community, a like-minded group that gathers together. We even rise our desks. We rise the desks, and we trade live for you, live commentary, live analysis, baby. I love it. You love it. Hit that subscribe. And you, PBF, NOA. Okay, now we're to Ford. All right, Ford looking absolutely dirty. Yucky, 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 guys. So we talked about this. We talked about this the past 3 days while it was still trading under its 200-day moving average. Heck, we talked about it last week when it was just over, and I talked about if it can hold over the 200-day moving average, then we might have ourselves a trade. This might look healthy, but every time it pushed up, every single time it's pushed up to this 200-day moving average, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it broke through, and then it broke right back down. So I'm not messing around with Ford. This thing looks absolutely like doo-doo and is going to need plenty more time to shape up. At least needs to be over that 200-day moving average before I'll even look at it. Snap. Good old Snap. Oh, Snap. Snap sitting right here at $10, now trading at $9.85 in pre-market. Wow, guys, we only have 25 more minutes left, and we still have so many tickers to go through. All right, so maybe I won't talk so much on these, but NYT actually looks decent, trying to hold that 10-day moving average, trading sideways. We'll just set an alert. We'll bring our alert a little bit further down so we can be alerted if this beautiful thing wants to, there we go, if it wants to come back up. SLQT, if I remember right, I liked SLQT, and yes, look at this. Big push up here, guys. Big push up, pull back on that 10-day moving average. Traded sideways for about a half a day and then started to push up again. SLQT, an absolute beast of a runner. This thing looks absolutely gorgeous. You can see where I made this this upward trend line, and I was just keeping an eye on it. Well, it just barely touched that 10-day moving average. If you guys were here during chat, I wanted to see another day of sideways action before it broke out. But I need to start looking at these more on the hourly. And when I see these tops creating, I need to start really thinking about buying those up. So will I be buying this? Well, if it creates another nice liquidity base above this area, yeah. I mean, it looks like it could be a nice trade, shaping it up. But now we need more time. Why? Because stocks don't go straight up in the air. And if it does, well, hey, I can't be a part of it. Because usually you get a pullback, usually you get some sideways action before it heads higher, okay? So we will see. ARRY, as you guys know, I tried to play this, but it looks like the overall market is going to help pull this and drag these stocks down. They have been trading better over the overall market, so we will keep an eye on them, but it's looking pretty dookie poo. XPON, 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 XPON. XPON had a nice little pop this morning, but remember, guys, when we have these pops, well, actually, let's look over this, because we know that this area has had liquidity. Look at 50 million, and then we have another one, 33 million, then we have another one, 60 million. Okay, now we have another push. So it almost seemed like first we had this area of liquidity and it kept getting sold off into. Now this one, it looked like it got into, but it stayed above. And look at it, pushed, another big push. And now look where it's pulling back and holding, right at this liquidity area, okay? It touched and it bounced right back up. If this thing, I think it still needs a few more days, but I'm gonna keep a watch on XPON a little bit closer than I usually am. Just simply because, guys, this thing looks like it just keeps creating these liquidity pools, meaning it keeps adding more liquidity, like more more buying area, more accepted price area is the word I'm looking for. And if it continues to show us proper price area, then we're going to expect this thing to move higher, okay? So it could move lower, but we need a few more days to help get a better idea of like some of this information. Because like, look, it broke down. This is a huge liquidity area. I'll just draw this out for you. So this is a big liquidity area, all of this, all right? So if it stays in this area and keeps trading sideways, if this breaks out of this area, I would expect it to move higher. How much higher, I don't really know, but you know, I'm just a talking head, guys. Just a talking head. I just keep on talking, right? I could be wrong. I could be right. I could earn. I could cry. You never know. Things get crazy on this show. So we got 235 subscribers. Goodness gracious, guys! Check out my red submarine. You like the red submarine? That's because sometimes when you're trading, it seems like you're under pressure. I do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I am under pressure. I'm under pressure from the scrutiny of you, from the scrutiny of losing money, from the scrutiny of being wrong, the scrutiny of being a loser. But you only can be a loser if you're not learning. And every single day here at LoFiTrader, I try to learn something new about the market, whether it's how somebody else trades, how I trade, what I did wrong, what I did right during those trades. And if you are excited to hear a refreshing new approach to trading, knowing that all the information that I'm going to spit at you is absolutely free and I just do it for your entertainment and my own. If you like that, hit that subscribe button. We have an ever-growing community of people and we absolutely love you being here. So thank you so much. BAER still trying to push. We are up a total of 88% in the pre-market. If we look back here on the daily, we are not seeing any forms of resistance above it. So this could really go to the moon because there is no overhead liquidity. Let's see. Yeah, there's really not much. There's not. This isn't really sitting well. So we don't have any views, any visuals on BAER. We have no idea what's going to happen. CING now finally pulling back, trading at 175. This thing really took off. If you guys look at these, this is kind of the breakout trades that I'm constantly looking for. See how it's riding on this 10-day moving average right here? Riding, and then it broke out above this 10-day moving average. This would have been the area that you buy the breakout. Well, now where's this thing trading? It's trading well above, way outside that area. 58% up in the pre-market. You can see this is like a triangle that has formed and it broke out through it. Now, they don't all work out like that, and that's why trading these breakouts can be extremely hard. So make sure you're back testing any strategy any strategy that you're trading, you know. So let's go over here to Lil Pencil's got, what do you think about ABT? Tony M, what up, fam? Good to see you, Tony. Good to see you. Good morning. I called you out just the other day, Tony. I was like, hey, man, what's going on? What are you doing? Where are you at? You're supposed to be here for pre-market prep. So, Lil Pencil, didn't you just say, yeah, ABT? So I'm here on ABT. So Abbott, this is a large company, isn't it? Yeah, I think Abbott, this is a real company. I don't know what they do, but you know what? Let's do this, guys, because I love to read what different companies are because then it actually puts in my head what these companies actually are. So I'll just bring it up here. That way I can read right to you. What is Abbott? Abbott Laboratories engages in the discovery, development, manufacture, and sale a broad of diverse line of healthcare products. It operates through the following business segments: established pharmaceutical products, diagnostics products, natural products, and medical devices. The established pharmaceutical products segment refers to the international sales of a line of branded generic pharmaceutical products. So we can we can understand by reading this, this is going to be in the healthcare sector. Now, we know the healthcare sector has been on an absolute tear. It's done very well. But it looks like if we're looking at Abbott, it has now broken below that 200-day moving average. So if you guys know, when I'm looking at something, okay, and I see it break that 200-day moving average, it puts a sour taste in my mouth. So if you're looking at ABT, you need to understand, are we looking this on a long term? Like, are we looking at this for a long-term swing? or are we looking at this for a day trade? Because if we're looking at it for a day trade, it would be a totally different perspective. But if I'm looking at ARBE and where it sits right now, it looks like ARBE is going to trade with the overall market. And if you look at the overall market, it's not looking very well. So those are just my opinions on ABBT or ABT. So not ABT, ABT as in about. AUDANC. Okay, well, I'm going to do my best to try and figure out what the heck you're talking about, brother. Hang on. Give me 1 second. So if I'll type in AUDACY. Okay, AUD. Gotcha. So I typed in ABT. Now we're looking at AUD. All right, so let's figure out AUD is. AUD is a scaled, multi-platform audio content and entertainment company. The film involves as a radio broadcast group by offering premium audios. It engages in providing consumers with news, sports, podcasts, and music. Its broadcast brands includes WFans, KROQ, and 1010 Wins. The company was founded by Joseph M. Field in 1968 and is headquartered in Philadelphia, PA. All right, guys, so now that we have an understanding of what AUD is, which is a cool little ticker symbol because AUD, audio, get it? We will look at the actual technicals of AUD, and sure enough, when I see this, it's well below its 200-day moving average. So AUD, Audience Incorporated, I would say is a no-go for me. Now, if this thing shapes up on its earnings at 3:15:23 before market opens Central Standard Time, then we will have ourselves a little trade. But it'll have to gap well up over that area. And it's a penny stock as well, so we need to be careful with those. Little pencil, how was that? How was that? Did I get through it for you? Do we have a better understanding what it is? I sure do hope so. If you got anything else that you're watching, let me know. We got about 15 more minutes. I'm going to keep running through my tickers. And if you guys have something else that you want to see, just let me know. You guys want to see CRDO as our reminder of why we have stop losses, why we need to be careful when we're trading in the stock market. Right there. What a sell-off. Losing $10 a share overnight. Goodness. Even if I had one share of that, I would be mad. LPG, I believe this is a gas company, and it has been traded sideways for a while, holding those gap ups for a long time. And as the overall market sells off, this stock still holds true. Why? Why are energy stocks still doing well? Why are gas stocks still doing well? Well, times be tough, y'all. And when times are tough, we still need our gas. We still need our light. We still need our food. So these things are still going to be doing well in a really poopy-doopy market. So, I'm monitoring laser. Well, I'm glad you are, Robbie. Oh, Rabia. Oh, man, I almost said it wrong. Yeah, I actually have laser on down here. We can go ahead and take a look at laser, just since you are taking a look as well. Yeah, so I like laser. Now, I've pointed this out to you yesterday. What happened with laser is when it popped back up into this liquidity area, and I drew it out for you guys. It popped back up into this liquidity area, and it caught some of that selling pressure, and it broke down. Now I said this thing, I don't know what's going to happen after that. I'm just showing you the supply area, and it did break down, but it came right back up and touched that supply area and is coming back down. Now, what I can see happening with laser is this being a high tight flag and it wanting to break out and go higher. So, that being said, I will definitely be keeping an eye on laser as well. Now, it's not squatting down on any moving averages and it's not showing my play. But I do like to see things shape up. So what I like to do is I'll just set an alert so I know I don't have to continually watch this ticker. I can just let Rabia monitor it from afar, and if my alert goes off, that's when I might go, maybe we should take a little bit more of a peeky gander into this thing. So ASUR. So we went over LPG, and guys, we have 14 minutes. 14 minutes, baby, until market opens. So I need a sip. You need a sip. Have a sip. This is coffee, baby, not straight vodka. Not today. We don't drink here. Oh, awesome. we got Beyond the Harbor that's agreeing with us, Robbie, that that it's chewing through that resistance on laser. So good. I'm glad. I'm glad I'm giving good stock analysis, and I know I'm giving good stock analysis if Beyond the Harbor is in here agreeing with me. So wow, makes me feel good, Beyond. I'm just so pumped that you're here, dude. You know, I really am. I'm pumped that you're here, dude. So ASUR, look at this, guys. ASUR. We need to take ASUR and we need to put this stock right back up to the tippy top of our page, because this is one of those strengthly stocks. And why am I saying that? Well, the overall market has been pretty crappy. And if you look at ASUR software, this thing has been on an absolute terror since it broke through that 200-day moving average. Now, we do have earnings that are coming up on the 27th, guys. So keep that in mind. It is the 24th, so that is in 4 more days. So on Monday, it looks like ASUR, ASU Software, will have earnings. Will this help or hurt the trade? Well, we'll be here, so we will find out. We have it on the ticker list. It is a very nice looking ticker, well above all of this basing out here, and just doing absolutely amazing. So we'll see what actually happens with that stock. So we have that back up at the top, baby. Back up at the top. Sorry if you're hearing my blinking. So jelly, Alabama got to get it together. Brad, I don't even understand what the context is on that. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So Brad, this is why I absolutely love having direct messages. So Brad loves to give me crap, and he doesn't want to do it on chat. So I appreciate you, Brad, and you are absolutely right. You're very true. We do not drink here. Michigan is known for its other things. That is very, very true. So, yeah. Roblox. Look at this, guys. Roblox. We played this trade, and we will go over our losing trades, definitely. We will always go over our losing trades. Why? Because you're a loser unless you're learning. And we are not losers here on this show. We will learn from every single mistake. So yes, I'm going to brag all day today about my short on the market. But it's just simple resistance. It's simple resistance that I played, guys, and I'll go over and over again. But this is a loser, and we have to learn from this. So there's a couple reasons why I lost on Roblox. One, it broke down from that 5-minute range break, right? So what did we play? We had a big gap up. We had a big gap up here on earnings. This thing gapped up and opened up over 16%. Well, I like 16%. I like anything over 7% now, right? So when I see that happens, I make my marks. We got in when it broke the 5-minute range, knowing that our risk was at $42. This thing did very, very well, bouncing off 44, our average our in price of that 5-minute range break. But it did break down. Well, what happens? We get out of the trade. Why? Well, because that completely eradicates any biased decision to the north side, because this was my trade. Now my trade's over. I don't care what happens. I am done with this trade. Why am I done with this trade? Because when I come back, I can learn from this trade. I don't want to sit here and get emotional and try playing into this stock. So then what happens, guys? This is why we have stop losses, okay? So I got in risking so about 5% I was risking, okay? Now look at this. From my stop, so I lost that 5%. It's traded now 17%. 17%. So instead of taking a 5% loss, I would have taken a 17% loss. That's what we're doing here, guys. We're learning from our mistakes. Why didn't I take a 17% loss? Because I use risk management. Is risk management an edge? It absolutely is. Don't let anybody tell you any different. Risk management is an edge. If you start with risk management, you can survive long enough to formulate a new edge. And that new edge will have risk management. I've already read some wild things out there, guys, like, I don't take a loss for that much. I'll never settle for a loss when it's that big. And it's just like, well, hang on. Why did you get to that point where you're calling it a big loss? You need to know where your risk management is. And if your risk reward isn't there, guys, what the heck are you doing in the trade? So that's what we're doing here today, right? You're here watching me going over my losers so we can learn from it. And we're going to go over my winners too. You better believe it, baby, because I like to make money. And if you like to make money too, I'm here every single day, 8 until noon, Monday through Friday, baby. So hit that subscribe button so you can see what we got going on. So, Tony, if you're still with us, I know that you were looking at VLAN for the longest time, and we covered VLAN, and we still have it on this marker. If you guys remember, the only thing I'm waiting for is for VLAN to hit this mark to alert me that it's way up here in the $2.30 area. Why? Because if we look at VLAN way back here, we have a resistance of 172 million bag holders. What's a bag holder? It's where somebody gets in a stock at the highs and they think that they're Mr. Smarty Pants getting in at the highs, and now they're stuck holding those shares until the stock comes back up there so they can sell out for break even. Don't be a bag at 395.22, sitting at these lows looking absolutely duty poo. Tony M, I sold VLAN a bit ago in the 80s. I don't know if you were shorting or going long, Tony, but either way, I hope you were using good risk management. But I want you to know I put the name with the ticker, right? So, Rabia says AMCX. So if you guys remember, we played AMCX, right? What did we play? Well, of course, we played our 5-minute breakout. This is my 5-minute range breakout trade. And I shouldn't really call it mine, guys. I've learned everything that I know from other people. So this isn't mine. I call it a range breakout. Some people like to call these EPs. Some people like to call them a little bit different things, okay? But everybody has their own criteria. Mine, I keep it as simple as I can. Over 7% up. So what was it actually? It was 14% up. It broke our range. Our range is 25.50 and our risk is 23.50, right? So we had a few dollars of range. After it broke out, we held on to this thing. My goal is 3 to 5 days. We take out half, then we move our stop up to break even. We did not make it, guys. On the second day, the morning of the 3rd, it broke down. It stopped us out. Now, this thing is holding. It's still holding and looks to try and move higher. It's also looking very, very well in a really crappy stock market, okay? So, AMCX looking very well in a bad market, which tells me it has the opportunity to head lower, but if the market wants to shape up and head higher, this might be a ticker that we want to see pop out from under that water, okay? So, SPY looking absolutely horrible right now after PCE came out. This is when PCE came out right here, guys. Absolutely horrible. And we have probably a lot of stocks that are going to be doing the same. So First Solar, why it's down here, I don't know. It should be with, so it looks like First Solar is holding up a lot better than our ARRY. If you guys remember, those tickers are actually the solar panel tickers. So if you are into solar panels or you think that solar is going to do well, you might be right. Keep an eye on FSLR and keep an eye on ARRY. Those are the two hottest tickers in the solar industry, in my opinion. If you guys have any other solar tickers that I could add to this watch list, let me know. So we got 3 minutes, 30 seconds till market open, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pumped. I hope you're pumped. I am Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, baby. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, smack that, just punch that subscribe button. Don't break your phone. You'll have to buy a new one like myself. I dropped it one too many times, guys. And you know I don't like to spend money. I like to make money. So I did find a good deal. It was only $300. It still sets me back. Now I got to make $300 today, huh? I'm just kidding. We aren't going about it that way. So, Robbie, I hope you're ready. Tony, I hope you're ready. You guys keep it safe out there. Little pencil. Be Stewie. Be on the harbor. Mikey, if you're still here, let's go. David, Dickie, Curtis, Granny in the house, baby. And where is my mama? Where's mama? Mama, you better get your butt in here. And if you are, I know you said that you were watching today and you had to work, but I want to give you a shout out because you know I love you. All right, guys, we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds till the market open. Let's stay cool, calm, and collected. That's why we are at LoFiTrading, where we always want to revert back to the mean, and we always want to keep it calm and clean, baby. Calm and clean. Should we keep the camera up here or should we put it down here? Because I keep looking this way, like you guys are sitting over here for me. Oh gosh, not before market open. Things are falling apart before market open. Goodness gracious. All right, we got You know what? I'm gonna get more than one camera so we can just switch the cameras to different positions while I'm talking and make it look really, really cool. So, all right, guys, are we ready? Are we set? We got the SPY. What's my whole objective on the SPY? I want to see continually selling off. So we might get a pop up into VWAP, but if it goes too hard, if it goes too ham, then I might want to start exiting some of my SQ's positions. So we also are in NVIDIA. It's something I didn't go over, guys. NVIDIA, I'm expecting NVIDIA to stop me out. Okay, NVIDIA's my stop out trade is going to be right here. We're down about $5 on it. And like I said, I'm expecting the overall market to do some poopy stuff. So if we are in these trades, we can expect to be stopped out, but I have to stay true to my trades. Okay, I took this, so now I need to make sure that I stick with it. I do exactly what I intend to do with my trades. And you guys know I intend to get out for a small stop or a large win, right? Small stop or a large win. And guys, we have 48 seconds with our stops in place, knowing what we want to trade and what we don't want to trade. What we got going on is not what you got going on. If it is, let's do this, baby. Let's do it together. Me and you. Me and you together. Okay, don't look at the P&L since open. These ETF, these tickers, they get really messed up. I don't know why that's weird, but all you have to do on these is I always just look at, okay, I'm at 37.93. You mark 37.93 right here, and then you just, you don't look at your P&L on these. We're up $40 on this ticker. We're not down 115. Don't get that messed up. I think it's because of the inverse correlation to the stock. It gives like that. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, baby. All right, yeah, I'm gonna ring the bell, Mikey. Let's go, baby. It's time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just rolling out of bed, of course you are. I was just gonna bring that up, Alex. Alex rolls out of bed. Good morning, Alex. Of course. Let me guess, you're gonna take a crazy trade rolling right out of bed. Goodness gracious. He always shows us. He graces us with his presence. Every morning, he's wiping the sleep from his eyes, asking what is going on, what's going on in the market. Well, what's going on with you, Alex? It's good to see you. I like to hear the ding, ding, ding. That's right. Mikey says he's watching CING for a short from the 2 and 250. So let's take a look at CING, and we need to look at XPON over here. XPON, what's going on with that? My alert went off for XPON. Why are we looking at XPON? Because it looks like it's chewing through that resistance. And look, right here, right at market open, we have a huge pop off, breaking through that liquidity area that I talked about. The next liquidity area is going to be up here, and it's not even that much. It's $4.60. So this might be a decent trade for you. Just keep an eye on it. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking head. So CING did not get the pop off that we are looking for, but it is early. This thing might get back up here into this area, just like Mikey was talking. If I draw my liquidity pool area, I would say we'd want to see it somewhere in this area. So 188 and above might look like for a decent short. So he was saying a short from $2 and $2.50. Okay, so I was wildly off. You were looking for something to short up here. So I got my lines marked. I'll remember your lines, Mikey, and maybe I can compare a little later. Timber getting a nice push up in the morning, pushing back up into its liquidity area. So we could just take this. We could say this area right here for a pop up. Now I could be wildly wrong, but I'm just trying to understand and see how we could take some more easy trades in the morning when we get these pops up and these selling off, right? So XPON still trying in this area. It's still trying. We will see what it wants to do. LLAP breaking down from that area. Now I drew this out because if it held this area and continued to trade sideways, waiting for a 10 or 20-day moving average to catch up, this was going to be a beautiful trade for me. So we're not seeing it. Let's see what BYND's doing, because this might be exactly what we said. And look at this, guys. This is why I draw these out for you. Right here, BYND. had a big pop up on pre-market because of earnings, popping right up into this area of $20. Why is that a big area? Because if we look back on the daily, our highest traded volume was over 9 million shares traded. What does that tell us? That tells us there's some bag holders there, guys. They're holding their heavy bags full of shares, and they're like, hey, look, when do we get out? Well, now you can. So this pops right back up into that $20 area. They start to sell off in pre-market. In morning open, this thing pops up and smacks right into those bag holders. Boom! This would be a great area to take a short. Now, where this is going to go, I don't know. But I can say we have a lot of room to come down here, right? LNTH just popped off. LNTH, so we know this is a larger gas stock, if I remember right. I could be totally wrong. So LNTH is holding this area. It had a nice gapped up over these earnings, okay? And if we look, this would technically be our 5-minute range break. We could play this, guys. We could play this. I don't know much about this stock, but this would be the range that we'd have to play. We'd have to play from 71 all the way down to 67. Is that good risk reward? Well, where's the stock going? How fast is it moving? If I look at how fast it's moving, it's only moving at 3.1%. 3.1%, that's not quick enough for me, so I'm just going to Beyond Meat this stock. It's gone to me. Right here, Beyond the Meat, pushing right back up. It touched that $20. Is it going to break through this $20 and carry on higher, or is it going to keep running in to those bag holders? And boom, it starts to head higher. If it breaks higher than this area and we don't see continuous selling pressure, this might be a reverse to the long side, guys. So it does look like it's trying to get above that area. If it does break above this $20 area and we don't continually see resistance, I would say in that 21, and then it started trading sideways, we might actually see a nice push higher on BYND. Let's go ahead and keep BYND up here to see if it's going to chew through that resistance and then break down from where I said, or I'm going to be wrong. It's going to break through that supply and it's going to head higher. We will see. Guys, it looked like SPY is giving me that pop that I asked for in the morning. It's popping up into that VWAP. Now we want to see selling off for my trade to continue, okay? It can go all the way up to 396.30, and then we could start seeing some sell-off there. And look at Beyond Meat. As we speak, it's starting to head higher, guys. Is it going to chew through all that? And it looks like it might. It's definitely above its volume-weighted average price on that highest amount of liquidity of 9 million back in the day. So Beyond Meat, we might actually see a nice little squeezy McSqueezerson right here, guys. And if you like squeezes as much as I do, then squeeze the heck out of that subscription button, because you know you love it, baby. If you love it, I love it. We're all going to make some money. Alex C says in SPY Puts, I knew you were going to roll over, wipe the sleep from your eyes, and say, SPY Puts. SPY Puts. I knew you were going to do it, Alex. Dang it. I don't get it, man. I don't get how you do it, but I am rooting for you. Always make sure that you know where your stop loss is. We do have room to come up to the north in the SPY, so keep that in mind, but it is hitting that VWAP area and might break down. What am I doing over here? Simply put, I am looking for my short interest. My short interest, why? Well, because I want to see what BYND is on its short interest right now. I looked this up yesterday and it was over 30%. And if we look today, Beyond has over 37.38 short percent float, guys. So that means 37.38% of the shares that are allowed to be traded on this stock are short. What that tells me is if we start to see a squeeze like we're starting to see here, that this, I'm sorry, not starting to see a squeeze, when we start to see it breaking that supply and heading higher than where the supply is, and the demand is more than the supply, all those people that are short are going to have to get out of their trade, okay? So I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but what I'm saying is I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to commentary this stock specifically for you guys, because this could be a big mover today. And I want you to know where you heard it first. So this could either break down from here because of a supply area with a lot of liquidity here, or we are already seeing today. We are already seeing today on this stock, we already have seen over 2 million shares traded. So Are we going to beat this 9 million? Are we going to beat the bag holders? Are we going to get enough shares to keep pushing higher? Or will the bag holders win? Will they have enough supply to exhaust the buyers out? SPY trying to head higher now at 396. Let's catch up on what's going on in the market right now. We just want to make sure we have everything up that we need to have up. Why? Well, I want to know what the heck's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We're up to 235 subscribers. Goodness gracious, I do appreciate each and every one of you. 11 of you in here watching now. If you're here for pre-market prep, I do appreciate you. Alex, I do appreciate you too. But brother, you need to wake up earlier and get ready for this pre-market prep, bro. So like I said, guys, we do have a small push up from SPY. We're trading right into that VWAP area. This could be a buy. This thing could rip a lot higher. And there goes BYND. Guys, take a look at this. BYND might have a beautiful squeezy McSqueezerson, and it might head up to the north side. Man, this could be a great day in the market if this thing can go. Watching TMBR. Let's go ahead and bring up TMBR. So TMBR, we looked and I drew this out for you guys. TMBR pushing right up into that area, into that $3 area. And we know that Mikey is looking to get a nice little short in here. Okay, he has said he is looking in the $2 to $2.50 area, and we are now in that area. SMCI over here and DHT. Let's go ahead and take a look at these. SMCI, which is super microcomputer, looking like it's breaking out on those coming up towards its highest traded price. That is looking absolutely amazing. We need to take SMCI and move it to the top because it is looking very strong compared to the rest of the market currently. So SMCI looking good, and TMBR now reaching and not breaking pre-market highs. Pre-market highs was $2.98. I think we can use $3 or $3.20 as a stop loss, and no timber, no position on timber yet. Okay. To the $2 and $2.50 was for CING. Thank you for keeping that, putting that out there, Mikey. So guys, I drew this out for you. We had some liquidity here in pre-market, but not enough to really correlate with anything. And now we're getting a ton of liquidity coming in here for timber, pushing right up into that $3 area. Is it going to be able to sustain this price and head higher, or will it get sold off from its supply? Only time is going to tell, guys. So let's keep on keeping on. Maybe we can keep up with all these stocks. As LLAP starts to head lower, AI still trading inside of its trend line, and Beyond Meat looking like it wants to take off. What a beautiful day in the market, guys. Beyond Meat, we might actually see this thing really take off here right in front of us, guys. So definitely going to keep an eye on this, and we will keep an eye on TMBR, but we need an extra little thing right here so I can look at some stuff. So we got SPY. Let's keep the SPY down here so at least know what's going on with this. Yeah, BYND, guys, this is crazy. We're up. We're up. We're up. It's looking good. This thing could really take off from here. You know, I mean, it's got a lot of room to squeeze. It really does. I mean, I could be wildly wrong, but you know, we got a high liquidity area here. Yeah, I would say this thing, I'm just going to throw this number out here, guys, just for funsies, but I'm saying beyond to like 40. We're saying beyond to 40. You heard it here first, okay? Ginger, Mama's here. Good morning, Mama. It is good to see you. It's always good to see you, and that's my break time right there. Mama's here. Cheers, Mom. I'm drinking it black. You're drinking yours without sugar. Cheers. Good to see you. Love you. Heiser's here. What's up, Heiser? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's always good to see you in the chat, brother. Let's take a look. Lunar, LUNR. We'll come back to Beyond Meat. LUNR looking, wow, Lunar. Look at this. Are you still in, Lunar? Heiser? Yeah, 31. Oh, okay, you just got in. That's nice. Okay. So we got Heiser in on Lunar at 31. Wow, what a beautiful trade setting up right here. So Lunar at 31. He just got in. 31.15. Yep, it's at 31.15. Oh, it halted at 31.15. Okay, you're not in this. I understand. That's cool, man. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like it. Lunar's getting a nice halt right into this breakout area from back here. So this halt up might find a very, very heavy set of resistance. TMBR looking like it cannot break above. Am I crazy? I didn't think you would be in it, Heiser, but I know you took a pre-market. Yes, you are still in it at 20.9. Good, good. Now listen, Heiser, I am a talking head. I just try to talk and fill in the blanks. So if I say something that's wrong, get used to it. But I do know how you trade. I do know that you were in there at 20.9 in pre-market, or actually in the aftermarket. Right in the aftermarket is when Heiser bought it, and he is up a nice, pretty little penny. I wish I could see these as well as Heiser sees these, because this boy prints money left and right on these dang tickers. So congratulations on your holdings. You are up a big amount on that trade. Took a position on timber, Mikey says. Yes, totally understand that. You know, Mikey, I'm about to just start using your trade alerts, brother. Between you and Heiser, I'd be rich right now. So absolutely. Mikey's in timber here, and he's going to probably be using this $3 as risk, because it's not only a psychological area, but it also is the highs. It's a little higher than the highs, Heiser than the highs. So we're going to be keeping an eye on TMBR for Mikey over here with the short, baby. Let's go. And LUNR looking absolutely scrumptious. Hopefully this breaks out and does not stop. I hope it goes straight up to the tippy top, baby, so we can talk about how you've made millions. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, smash that subscription button, because I am here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, taking live trades, putting it all here on the line for you. Speaking of live trades, we'll keep timber up on this side. We'll come back to Lunar. Let's look at NVDA. This is what I took for you guys yesterday. Look at this. We're not up. We are actually down on this trade. We can look at the trades that I'm up in just a second, but we need to look at NVIDIA, and we need to understand, with the overall market looking like poopy doop scoop, NVIDIA is eventually going to come down here and stop us out. That's A-okay. But because I thought the market was going to come down, let's take a look at the SPY. Now bleeding out. Just as we said, guys, we expected this thing to come right up here into 396 and fail. It's exactly what we talked about. And when I say things like that, I don't want to sound like I'm arrogant. I say them and then I get excited. So I'm very, very excited and I'm very arrogant. Just kidding. But we did pop right in that 396. We just talked about it. Rewind, re-listen, and then watch and learn, baby. Why? Well, the overall market sentiment is to the downside. So if we're going to get a pop, we need to find a pop to sell off into, always. This thing popped up and it found these Wickersons, which are now acting as resistance, and it is failing harder. So let's look at our SQ's position now. Guys, this is looking absolutely amazing. We're happy to have this position. We are blessed to be able to learn and have the time and opportunities to do this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We are up $42.90 on this, okay? So it's nothing crazy, it's nothing big, but it is a nice amount that we decided to take. Now, TMBR looks like it's going to try and break down. It is trading below that VWAP area. Let's just look at BYND on Beyond, and it looks like it's up well above that $20 area. Is it going to hold and continue higher? With this liquidity, with this volume that I'm seeing in this, it looks absolutely crazy. This is either a volume blow off top, or this is the start of a huge rally. So we'll see. If you've seen it, you're going to see it here first. We knew that this thing had over 30% on its squeezer. Let's see, took a position on TMBR, already read that. Alex says he's averaged down on SPY at 396.42. Waiting for a break on 492.50. Sold all positions, no runner. Hey, did you make money on that, Alex? Let me just bring up, because Alex, you gotta lose sometimes, dude. You can't be winning on this show constantly. You're gonna make me look bad. So he took 396. 396. Okay, good for you. Yeah, you averaged in, and then you took that break and you made your money. That's what I'm talking about, Alex. Look at you rolling out of bed, making money. Looking cool as heck, you know? Like, quit coming in here making so much money, dang it. I'm only kidding. I love it, you love it, And if you want some more of it, hit that subscription button because we have a huge group of awesome traders in here. CING did not get high enough, just on TMBR. Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye on TMBR, but let's just take a look on CING because it probably just had a quick sell-off. Yeah, so it just barely touched into that supply zone, guys, and then it started to sell off as to where Mikey was looking for something more up here, which is understandable because if you take it so low, if you're taking it down here, you got to use this as your risk. You're going to have to use that 225 as your risk, and that's just too far away. So keep that in mind, guys. When you're looking at these things, you want to know where your risk is first. There's a reason why Mikey didn't take this, and it's because he didn't get a closer risk, okay? And it still has more room to come up, and it very well could. As to, well, timber, if we look at timber, there's a very obvious reason. It came all the way up here, now at least, to see what the wick looks like on that, and we are seeing some wicking. Okay, after these big sell-offs here, we can expect to find some buyers to buy up, and it trades sideways for a second. But what I'm expecting today, after all of this crap and then the CPI coming out worse than expected, I'm expecting to see some stops and then more sell-off, okay? Now, I could be wildly wrong. We might actually see this thing hold off here at this 200-day moving average and pop up higher like we've seen it do on the same thing on the 50, but that's not what I'm expecting. So if I start to see anything really start to shape up and come through and break through VWAP, and then start to hover above VWAP or something, I'm going to get out with my win. I have money, I'm making money, and it feels great, guys. But I am a little too greedy. Heiser will tell you, he's watched me trade, and I've went over a ton of my trades, and he always says to me, you're too greedy. You try and take too much money from the market. You need to take your small wins and you need to go with it. But I know that I'm greedy, and I know I like to play greedy. So what do? I take some out as we go, okay? Now I'm expecting a bigger move. So I am not going to take out some now. I'm going to take out some after we see that bigger flush. I'm looking for a lot bigger flush here, guys. Like I told you, I'm expecting this thing to go all the way down to that 390 area and at least stutter at this 200, okay? So if I'm expecting that, I'm not going to settle for this 394. I'm going to expect this to come down a little bit more, okay? A little bit more. I'll probably take half off once it gets down to this 393 area, okay? Once it gets down to that 393 area, that's that 200-day moving average. That's what I'm going to want to take half of my shares and then let the other half ride, guys, okay? So there's plenty of ways to do this. I could be wildly wrong. This thing could go right back up to where I got it in, around that 401 area, but it was in on the SQ, so please keep that in mind. Let's go back and check BYND, and as we said, guys, look at this Squeezy McSqueezerson. Beyond at 2184, it is up from where we started talking about it. It's up another 9% when I started talking about this thing being a squeezer, okay? Alex says, I'm still very bullish on SPY for today. Okay, good. It's nice to see that we have opposite thoughts on this, guys. It's good to have opposite thoughts, and it's good because it'll keep me on my toes. TMBR looks like it's heading back up to the original buy-in area of 287. This is looking still like a short. If it can stay under all of this, we aren't even going to be worried about it because we've already dedicated ourselves to that trade. BYND still, as we speak, pushing at its highs of 22.13. Guys, this could be an awesome day in the market. I'm glad that I'm here and I'm able to talk about this for you. I'm glad that I can commentate this for you. I hope you guys are making money because I know I am, baby. Let's go. Let's see where Nvidia's at on this trade. Look at this, guys. So close to stopping me out. Look at that. We're going to see, does the market want to hold off and keep me in this Nvidia trade, or is it going to stop us out? A-okay if it does, because we know that we're still in the SQs. We're still shorting the overall market. So why am I still in this? Well, I took this trade. I got to wear my big boy pants, and I have to get through it. So bearish. Oh, you are bearish on the SPY. Bearish, brother. Hey. Like I said, guys, I'm going to get things wrong here. I'm going to talk, and I use bull, I use bear all the time. I'm going to get it messed up. Alex, so we are on the same side, and you are with me on this. So you are seeing the market as bearish as I am. But you guys know I am a bear with horns. I always want to see the market go up because we have money in the markets. I have a Roth IRA. I have a 401k. I have a retirement. Okay, guys, we want to see this market making money. Okay, and if it's not making money, then it's not making money. We got to short it then, right? So that's what I did here today, guys. I took a short on the SPY, and we took a short by using the SQs, so that way we could just go long. We wouldn't have to worry about actually shorting it. We're up about $42 on this. We are expecting a bigger move on this trade. Let's see, TMBR looking like it's trading at those highs, getting ready to get stopped out on this trade, but we will see if the overall market wants to catch a bid here on our other trade. So TMBR, remember, these low float stocks are going to have low float correlation, meaning no correlation with the overall market. Okay, if you're in a low float stock, especially like a biopharmaceutical, a biotech, therapeutics, crap like that, they usually don't trade with the market unless you're looking at an overall broader term. Okay, SPY trading at 394.55, looking absolutely like crap. IWM, though, after breaking through that 186.50, has now found a bid and trading at 186.46. It caught a bid at 185.79, but it looks like it's starting to sell off again. It looks like Netflix here, guys. Netflix still selling off well below its closing yesterday. Microsoft breaking down here, just like on the SPY, breaking down that 250 area that it was trying to hold, now at 249.58. And let's take a look at Amazon. So Amazon breaking down here, but looking like it's trying to catch a bid and is holding. Now, I look over here at my SPY and I say, hey, this thing looks like it's finally catching a bid, because now we're on the next 5-minute candle and it actually looked like it's holding. So now this is where I will be looking, guys, because I have been in this trade from this area right here all the way down to here, okay? Now, I always end up leaving so much on the table. So when I see this, I think to myself, man, I might as well just get all of my money out right now so I keep up that 40 bucks and I can add that to the tally. We'll be up over 200 bucks this month, right? So when I start thinking P&L, that's what I start thinking. I also start thinking, man, every time I'm up a decent amount of money, I always give back way too much. So on this $40 trade, by the time I actually get money out, I'll probably only make $15 on this trade. So the TMBR rip scared me. Yeah, well, it's a good thing. TMBR. Let me tell you a little something about fear, you guys. Fear is the sign of intelligence. If you're one of those guys that looks at you and they go, well, I'm not afraid of nothing. Well, let me tell you something. You are dumb as hell. And you're also a loser if you're not learning, right? So yeah, seriously, guys, fear is a sign of intelligence. If you have a fear of something, there might be a few reasons. One, well, if it's ripping, you don't want to be in something that's ripping to the north side, right? That's why we have stop losses. Two, guys, if you fear something, then you might have too much size. You might have a bad stop. You might not have the conviction you once had. And it's okay to have fear, but it's not okay to have fear well in the market. So if Mikey gets out of TMBR because of the rip, then he's out because of the rip. And that's A-okay, guys. Always keep in mind, you want to respect your stop loss, though, as well. So if you take a trade, you want to hold that trade until it hits your stop loss. AI, guys, we need to look at AI, because I'm telling you, if AI starts to rip, we want to be a part of it. And it looks like AI, goodness gracious, can I please just zoom out? Thank you kindly. So AI has not broke out from that level yet, but we do want to keep a very close eye on this, because I think if AI is going to pop, it's going to pop somewhere in this area, and it is going to go to the moon. Okay, this thing is very well talked about. There's a lot of eyes on it, guys. So keep in mind, if AI does want to take off, it's something that I want to be in, okay? And we'll definitely be getting in small share size, because we don't know where this thing's going to go. We're still back testing all these breakout trades. You got to have a solid 50 to 100. Everybody likes to say 100, but really you can get an idea with 50. 50 actual trades. So if you have 50 trades on something and you save them, I use TraderSync, okay? If you have at least 50 to 100, you get a better understanding of where am I losing money and how do I lose less? Where am I making money? How can I make more? And most of all, is this trade working for my style? That's a big one people don't realize. Like, well, I just want to make money. Well, I just want to make money. Well, guess what? You probably can't make money if you're a day trader or a swing trader or a long-term investment. One of those don't work out with the way you trade. So then you hone in on one very specific thing. I have friends that will only trade if they have data on it, BYND. I have friends that will only take a trade and stay in it if their heart rate stays below, I think it was 80. My buddy Stu, that's the way he trades. Like if his heart rate gets too high and he knows he's not going to be able to take well-calculated trades because his heart rate's too high, he'll get out. Yeah, true story. It's actually awesome. I heard him say that he's actually getting out because of his heart rate beating too fast. And I was like, nuh-uh, like you're BSing me, right? Like that's bull, right? He's like, no, dude, I seriously exited the trade. And he actually will overlay his heart rate next and like onto a screen so he can see where it's at, and an alert will go off and it will make him, so it forces him to stay calm and collect. And that's why we're here, and that's why we're doing lo-fi trading, because we want to always revert back to the mean. We always want to chill out when we're taking trades. You don't want to be a loser, so make sure you're learning from this, guys. Don't be a loser. Make sure you're learning, guys, because we always need to learn a little something while we're here in the market. And as I taught, guys, the SPY now heading back down to 394.38. It's hanging around these lows. And like I said, guys, we don't want to stay hanging around for too long. If I'm expecting a bigger downside move on this, I want to see it happening all day long. Mikey says, I will let it stop me out before I get myself out. Like you said, you have to respect your stop. Trading can be counterintuitive, and sometimes you just have to turn your brain off and let it work out. Absolutely, absolutely, Mikey. You couldn't have said it any better, brother. And, you know, I can't thank you enough for being here because we have a lot of very solid figures here, you know. We have a lot of awesome networks that have came together so we all can learn from one another. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for spitting the truth. Let's take a look at BYND. It looks like BYND found a little bit of selling up here at this $22, $23 area. It's trading at $21.96, so almost at $22. We're going to see if it wants to trade sideways and head even higher for Beyond Meat. Over 30% short interest, looking absolutely nutso. So guys, I'm gonna bring the desk down. We're gonna pop a squat. We're gonna give the knee a break. We're gonna let that meniscus relax a little bit. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. And I'm also gonna take a quick sip of coffee before I give you my spiel. Woo-wee! Feels good today, baby. We're making money right here, right now with lo-fi trading, baby. So I am Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. We always try to revert back to the mean and make sure we don't get too excited and take uncalculated risk. We always start with risk here first, and we always say you're a loser unless you're learning. So stick around with us. We'll show you our winning trades. We'll go through our losing trades, and we're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you like that, if that appeases you, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, baby, because we are going to keep on keeping on. You know I love it. You know I love it. If you like it, you love it, you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. All right, SPY. We're going to go through all of them really quick, the indices, and then we are going to keep an eye on anything that you're watching. So if I'm not watching something that you are, let me know in the comments section so we can go over anything and everything that is stock related or not stock related. We can talk about whatever you guys want. Whatever you want. I wish my boys would come in here, though. I want them to say hi. Goodness gracious, kids, are you still sleeping for real? Get your butts up. They had 2 snow days in a row. Can you believe it? 2 snow days in a row? Goodness gracious. It was beautiful out yesterday. Actually, today's not a snow day. Today in Ida we have power outages everywhere. So if we lose power and this stream disappears, you know exactly what's going on. We are in the sticks, baby. We are in the sticks, and the school's also in the sticks. So that's the way we like it. That's the way we like it, guys. We like it out in the country. I like the fact that I have this beautiful view outside right now of it's about 100 acres of open land and trees. So it's like a brush row of all these trees down one side. We get plenty of deer back there. And I tell you guys, it's just an absolute blessing to be right here in this room with these 4 walls with an audience, because you know I'm an introvert that needs attention. So I'm pumped that you guys are here, and I'm really just blessed to be here, honestly. I really am, to do what I love and to be here every single day. I'm just I'm just so freaking thankful, you guys. I'm so thankful. So anyway, let's not focus on that. Let's go back to the market. Let's get through these. GNS is cute. So let's take a look at GNS. Yeah, baby. Are you still short in GNS, Heiser? You son of a gun, dude. I'm telling you. If I just took a few shares of every time you told me what you were doing, I would be rich right now. But we know we don't want to play into each other's hands, guys, because his confidence isn't my confidence. But it's just funny, and it's awesome to see all the opportunities that are out there in the market. So don't have that fear of missing out, because there is another trade right around the corner, and it might be for you. So SPY breaking down, showing those new lows at $394.10, and busted back up to the upside, and then is getting some more sell-off rejection. So still trading well below that VWAP, okay, guys? It's 10 o'clock. We might actually see a reverse. It might roll over and head a little higher. But if it does, like I told you guys, we're going to see it smacking that VWAP, probably trade sideways, and then sell off even harder. But I could be wildly wrong. I've been wrong before, guys. I actually thought this was going to happen today because it happened yesterday. That's why I got my short in yesterday, okay? So that all happened now. Now we're going to see what happens. Does this thing want to pop up and head even lower? Does it want to continue higher? Does it want to trade sideways for a little bit and then scare me out of my trade and head higher? So we will see. Let's catch up on chat. Can you believe we got a snow in the sunny California? Well, I cannot believe that, actually. Did you guys, I bet some of you guys, that was probably your first time ever seeing snow, huh? That's pretty crazy, man. Heiser says, thank you, Randy Worrell. You too. Let's see. SPY having a really hard time breaking at 394.19. Yes, and as you say it, it did bust through, touch VWAP, and then sunk right back down on higher volume. So it did end up breaking through that, but it sold off really, really quick when it did. So that's looking also pretty bearish unless it can continue higher. Heiser says, I just don't like the fact I had to hold for so long and still don't have the result I want. Yeah, Heiser, you're used to seeing those emotional breakdowns, and you're not seeing it on this. It's just such a slow grind. And I wonder if that is in correlation with it being a higher volume. So let me look at the 4 hour here. This is what Heiser's talking about. This thing had a push up, push up, push up, and it might be because it just has so much support here too, Heiser. And I know you probably know this, but I'm a talking head, so I got to go through it. But GNS had this big push up, and Heiser took this short somewhere in this area, okay? And now as it falls, it's falling very, very slow. As to where you guys know, we usually have the stair-step pattern up, and we usually have the elevator down, and it usually goes straight down after that. So what he's saying is, he's had to be in it for a very long time, and he still hasn't seen the result to the downside like he was expecting. But he's still up, he's still green, he's still printing money, baby. So I don't even want to hear you complaining, Heiser, because you're always making it rain, baby. So we got about 20 of you in here right now. I do appreciate your time. If you want to be a part of this awesome growing community, please hit that subscribe button. Yeah, other than going up to the mountain to see, it's the first time it snowed. Yes, that's awesome. Yeah, so the first time, okay, I see. You had to actually climb a mountain to see the snow. That's crazy. You had to climb a mountain to see the snow. All we have to do is wait for December and we start seeing it. But it's always so mixed here. We get mixed. The snow never stays for very long. It's like 10 years ago, man, we would get these winter storms and they would stick around for the longest time. I remember the snow always being up to my waist when I was a kid. And now we just don't see it. We don't get that kind of weather. We had some crazy weather the past couple days, but it's just that freezing rain that weighs down the trees, that breaks stuff down. So, it's nothing nothing too crazy, so. All right, so let's take a look at the indices really quickly and see what we got. So we got the SPY still breaking down there at that 395, well below that 400 psychological area. Will it break down further today? We will only be able to tell in the future. IWM looks like it is breaking that 187. It has broke that 187 area. Is it going to continue head lower? Now, I've told you many times, the Russell 2000 actually looks like it's holding up well compared to the SPY and the other indices. So IWM, we're going to see if it wants to hold, but not a lot of shares traded so far right now, and just lingering like a smelly fart under the covers at that 186 area. Now, Netflix still selling off hard, still now trading below its closing of yesterday. And if it breaks this area, guys, look at this area of support right here. The last time it came to this area, it wicked off here and it bounced back up. This time it had a smaller wick and bounced back up, but that bounce was not high. And if it breaks this 317.14, this 317 area, I'm calling it quits on Netflix. I think this thing will head much, much lower. Now, I know that there are some of you that bought in Netflix well down here. I would always suggest making sure that you don't buy and hold forever. Unless you're looking at the VOO or something that is an ETF, no one stock is going to last forever. So if you think Netflix is going to last forever, that's the way you decide. But the way I see things is if we're in a bearish market, okay, these rallies are not sustainable. We are going to see sell-off. Yes, we're going to see sell-off. We're going to see buying back up, and it could continue higher. But I always want to start by saying we need to know where our risk is, guys. Always know where your risk is. All right, Lunar popping right back up into that breakout area. What's going to happen here? Only time is going to be able to tell. But if we look for clues, we can see that the last time it touched this area, it was an accepted price area. The last time it took off here. Now, this time, will it take off here or will it break down here? There's probably only two ways that it's going to go, and it looks like the volume that's coming in is extremely strong. Guys, keep in mind, Lunar can move anywhere around 63% in a day. Okay, we've seen this thing move even more than that. We've seen it move over 250% in a day. So if you're looking at Lunar, make sure you know the risk. If you're looking for a long, make sure you know where you're going to stop out and how much you will actually lose, because this thing can really move. This thing can be really a crazy mover if you're not careful, guys. So please be careful with LUNR. If I remember right, LUNR was a 5 million, was it? Was it 5 million float? Let's just go ahead and take a quick peeky gander at the float on this stock, because we don't want to be caught too far off guard, right, guys? LUNR, yes, I was right. It is under 5 million. We're talking 4.1 million shares on this stock. So keep in mind that anybody with $1 million can come in here and they can move this stock like it's nothing, guys. It's so simple to do if you have $1 million. So let's go back and take a peeky gander at TMBR. And as we talk, guys, the SPY is failing. And this is why we talk about stop loss, guys. This is why we talk about stop loss. So if we were in TMBR, okay, we would still be in TMBR because we'd be using that $3 stop loss. I can't say much because I didn't take this trade. Okay, so I'm being a hindsight Henry when I look at this stock, and I'm also just a guy on YouTube. I'm just a talking head. But we do want to keep this in mind. We always can learn from something, right? If you're not learning, then you're a loser. So what I'm trying to learn from this, guys, is if we were in this and we use this stop loss and we get scared out, what's going to hurt more? If this thing hits our stop loss or if this thing breaks down and does exactly as we planned? What's going to hurt me more is if I got out prematurely, okay? Now, Mikey, I don't know if you got out prematurely or not, but, okay, so you're in it. You're still in it, but that one scared you. So good. I'm glad that you're still in it. Moving the stop to break even, free money. Absolutely. And I call it no sweat trade here. So Heiser's moving his stop to break even. Why did he move stop to break even? It's so simply put, guys. If you move your stop to break even, you can't lose money, right? You can't lose any money. Now, if you don't take profits in this area either, you're not going to make money. So make sure you're taking. Now, Mikey, I'm not talking to you. I know you know what you're doing, but I am a talking head, so I'm just going to keep on going, brother. So make sure you're taking profits. So if you guys were here in pre-market prep and you decided that you were going to take this short with us, okay? If you're going to take this short with us, that's great, but you need to know where your stop was. We talked about the stop being either pre-market high, but use 2 pennies higher at that psychological level of $3, okay? LUNR now trading at 37.55, just getting above now that original breakout area that it tore off over 250%. Huge volume came in a big push. This is where I get out. Yes, Heiser. I figured that much, brother. Because we're running right into a very, very important area, a breakout area that can now be the breakdown area. He's also seeing this huge liquidity push. Okay, that huge liquidity push we can usually advertise as a blow off volume. Okay, so everybody's seeing this area and everybody's saying what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, this is where it took off last time, right? So a ton of people go racing to get in, as to where the smart traders are the one right there selling off into them everything that they bought from down here. So Heiser, that's you, brother. Congratulations on your awesome trade. Heiser played this in pre-market. He bought this up around this 19 area and now has made an average of around 85%. Congratulations, Heiser. I know you made somewhere between 70 and 80%. Anything over 20%, guys, is freaking mind-blowing, so congratulations to you. That's what we love to see here. That's why I like to commentate, and that's why I do stock analysis, guys, right there for people like Heiser. Thank you, Heiser, for sharing with us. We love to see you print money. Back to TMBR. TMBR starts to fall fast. He said he added on the rip up. That's where the money's at. Okay, so when you said that rip up scared me, I figured you got your butt out of that stock. But I was wrong, and I'm glad I was wrong, brother. So that rip up, that's where you add in more into it. What a great idea, Mikey. And I love to see that you're printing these tendies. Delicious tendies. Dipping it in some fancy sauce. If you don't know what fancy sauce, that's that mayo mixed with that ketchup. And you give it a good mix, you give it a big dunk, not a baby dunk. We're covering the whole tendy in that fancy sauce, and we're smashing, baby. We are smashing. That is looking absolutely amazing. So I'm glad you are out of LUNR Heiser. Absolutely love to see my boys making some money out here. Mikey still printing money at 255, looking good. So while that's all happening, let's go over the indices and we'll go over my trades. Now, as you guys know, we expected to get stopped out on NVIDIA, and we did today. We took a huge loss of $6.53 on NVIDIA. Remember, guys, my losers will be small. My winners will be big. Now, NVIDIA looks like it's shaping up in that 230 area. Will it prove my stop loss to be silly and take off higher on us? Only time's going to tell, but I'll still be here. Am I going to have fear of missing out when this thing takes off? Probably. Is it going to influence my decision making? Absolutely not. Locate feeds, $7.77 a share today. Holy cow, they're really trying to screw their investors out of some money with that one. Goodness gracious. Yeah, LUNR with that much is not, that's just not good. Let's look at our other trade. I showed you my loser. Let me show you my winner. So here's the SQs. I took this trade when we seen the SPY. Remember, this is an inverse correlation. So when we seen the SPY bounce back up here, I told you guys I was going to be looking at this short. Because this broke down and it broke this area for the third time, it made a new lower low and then ripped back up. I expected this rip back up to happen the next day, today, to take this short. But the ticker decided to take off now. It bounced right back up into this area, so I got in short. I marked it where I got in short on this inverse ETF, this SQQQ. So I took the short, I held on. I told you guys after the CPE index came out right here, this is where I usually want to take out my shares, but I am going to hold off because I'm expecting a bigger move. It came back up into VWAP as we expected, guys, right here, back up into VWAP, and now is selling off harder. So I hope you guys stick around and you see me keep continuing to print those tendies, because on this small trade, we are up over $50 today on this trade. Looking absolutely delicious, and I'm glad I was able to take this in front of you. If you like the live stock commentary, the live analysis, and the live trading that we print tendies on, baby, hit that subscribe button, because I am here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We're up to... goodness gracious, 16 people watching now. Let's hit that subscribe button. Let's get those numbers up, baby. We want to make that money. So, if you look at GNS long-term chart, you'll see what I was expecting. So, if we look at GNS and the long-term, let's take a look. yeah, I was expecting you to come right back down to at least this $3 area already, right? But it's just slowly bleeding off. So if it's a slow bleed, it might actually catch this base and start to build new higher lows here. So just keep that in mind. I know you know what you're doing, Heiser, but again, I'm just a talking head, and I'm going to keep on carrying on. So GNS, yeah, on the long-term situation, we are expecting a quicker sell-off from here just to go down kind of faster, kind of like that, rather than teetering off and trading sideways and teetering off. But there is this heavy area of what was resistance is now support, and it never really got tested. It only got tested that one time and got bought back up. So I understand what you're saying, but I do also understand the slower sell-off to this side of the trade. So we'll definitely be watching GNS. But let's go back to Beyond Meat. Look at Beyond Meat here, guys. Just as we were talking about, we had this little squeeze right here, and I thought, hey, this could squeeze higher. This thing could go all the way up to 40 if it's not careful. We did not see that. We've seen 23, and look at these blow-off volumes. If we look on the 15-minute, we're not seeing any other kind of volume like this. So just like on the other stock that we were talking about, we're seeing this huge blow-off volume, and we see way more volume than we usually see. Sometimes that can be a sign of a bunch of silly buyers coming in while institutional ownerships sell it off. So that might be what we're seeing here. I could be wildly wrong. I'm just a talking head on YouTube who loves to do what I love to do. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. What are you watching? Throw it up in the ticker. If not, I'm going to watch what I want to watch, and we can go through all of them right now until you guys let me know what you want to see. So it looks like SPT. Let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY looks like it's finally trying to catch a bid even lower at that 393.85 area. Now, I told you guys that in this 393 area, I'm going to want to take half of my shares out. Why? Well, I'm looking down here and I'm seeing this 200-day moving average, okay? If it bounces anywhere and wants to fight, I would say it would be somewhere in this 200-day moving average. Why? Well, because a lot of long-term investors, a lot of your IBD, a lot of your Can Slim guys out of this book, they always start by looking at that 200-day moving average. If that 200-day moving average gets broken, I have a big feeling that it's going to scare a lot of investors out. Not just a few. I think we're going to see a big flush, and that's why I pointed out this 390 even lower, because I think if we break that, we could go lower. Now, because we are down to that 393 area, I am going to take half of my shares out of the SQs, okay? SQQQ. Now, if I take these out and this thing just skyrockets higher, meaning the market heads way, way lower, well, that's okay. I've already protected myself, right? And I always want to protect my capital first. If I'm protecting my capital first, guys, then I will always continue to make money and lose less money. So I'm going to go ahead at this $50 area. I'm going to have to sell the market. We're going to sell half of our shares. So there goes 10 shares, okay? So I have made around $25 on this trade. Don't look at this P&L since open. This right here gets wrong because of the inverse ETF, okay? This is where we got in the shares, and you can see right here my average share price of $37.93 is marked out right here for you. I have not added into any of these shares. It is trading at $40.34 now, okay? So we got half of our shares out, we've protected our money, and now we have added money to our winnings, guys. If you're adding money to your winnings, you can't complain too much, can you? So we're taking a nice win on this, and we're looking for a bigger expected move. So will this thing come all the way back down here and stop me out from break even? That could possibly be. But am I sweating this trade anymore? Absolutely not. I've already earned my money. Yes, I have earned my money in the market today. And am I going to worry about this trade? No, because if it comes back down and stops me out, then I've already made my money and I cannot lose any more money. That's the way we like to trade here, baby. That's the way we do it, baby. So SPY trying to catch a bid down here at that 200-day moving average. Will it bounce up and break through VWAP and continue higher? Only time will tell, but we will be here commentating on every single piece that we can in order to bring you the best sentiment in the market, to give you the overall breadth so you know what stocks you should be in, what stocks you shouldn't be in, and where we want to head in the overall market. So let's fly through these indices and see if we can do it without any interruption. Can we do it? Probably not. I need a drink of coffee. Netflix, just as I showed you guys first thing this morning, I drew this line and I said if it breaks down in this line, we're probably going to see it head even lower, okay? And it looks like that line in the sand has been breached once again, and this could wildly come even lower down to this 200-day moving average it could be possible. I could be wrong, but it could be possible. And sure, of course, when I start to exit my trade, you guys will notice there's always a correlation with that. If I get out of a trade, it's going to go the way I intended it to go. Meaning, I take money out of the market and I'm long, it will go higher when I get out. If I'm shorting the market and I get money out, it will go even lower once I'm out, as you can tell. Okay, guys? So that's the way it is, but we try to trade without any of that emotion. All right, so let's take a little peek again here what we got going on here. We are up to 232 subscribers with 13 of you watching now. I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I love to do this Stock Terry commentary. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Let's get through this, guys. Microsoft breaking down, trading at 249.2, looking absolutely garbage. Amazon, goodness, do you guys even want me to look at Amazon? I think we need to put our blinders on, stay away from Amazon if we want to have a good day. Amazon just getting completely tore up, looking like one of the worst stocks in the market right now. Absolute garbage. TMBR. Our good boy Mikey is in TMBR, and if you guys know, if you are a short trader, anytime it seems as if we start to see some strength below VWAP and it's not breaking down as fast as you want it to, we exit our trades quick. Why do we do that? Well, because we want to make money, and if it doesn't look like we're making any more money, take a look at the 1 minute to give it some sentiment why Mikey might be wanting to get out. He got in somewhere in this area. It ripped back up on it. He added to that trade because it still never broke our $3. Then it broke down even more. He probably got a piece out here. It pushed up and he got the rest out here because we did not see a continuous breakdown. Mikey, if I said any of that wrong, let me know. I'm probably wildly correct because I've been watching you do it for a while. Mikey says he's out. Great weekend. You too, brother. It is Friday. Keep that in mind, guys. Don't do anything in the market that's going to ruin your weekend. But it seems like Mikey's going to have a great weekend because he came, he saw, and he traded, and now he's up a couple bucks. So congratulations, Mikey. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for sharing your trades with us. We do appreciate you. Have a great day. Meta looks like it's actually doing a little something here, guys. Now, I did draw this line out right here in pre-market, and I said, well, if it holds this area, that's an argument for Meta. But look what happens, guys. It breaks that same line, and I said over and over again, if it does not get back up to this 185 area, I'm not going to short it. But that's where the short was. I was waiting for the breakdown, a pop to 185, and then to short this continually. It has been selling off ever since, and it's probably going to fill this gap to 153 or at least down to the 200-day moving average. Mikey says, you said that perfectly. Well, I'm glad I am paying attention. That way I can be the best stock commentary. I want to be your voice, Mikey. So I'm glad that I could do that for you. Thank you so much for stopping in, brother. You have an amazing weekend. I'll chat with you on Discord later. NVIDIA breaking down. Remember, guys, we did take NVIDIA on the gap up in earnings. We played the 5-minute range break, and it did break out. We stayed in this trade for almost 24 hours. Then this thing breaks down and hits my stop loss. Yes, it does looking like it is bouncing off that 230, and it might head higher. And I might wish, oh goodness, why did I sell my trade? But I will tell you this, I will be happy that I sold, simply put, because I am respecting my stop loss. I will always respect my stop loss. And if you don't respect your stop loss, that is when you are going to be in a world of hurt, because some of these days you are going to get out and they are going to skyrocket and you're going to say, man, I really wish. Well, then you just start making your stop loss a little wider. You start using a wider stop loss because it's obviously stopping you out when you shouldn't be. Now, then the next trade you take, you will have a wider stop loss. Now, I'm not going to make a wider stop loss after I make a trade. When I make that trade and that stop loss is set, I follow those very specific and disciplinary rules, because if we trade outside those rules, then we don't have a base to form any conviction, any confidence on. So you need to take the same trades every single time, and I do in front of you every day here, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. We take those trades. We tell you exactly what we're doing, so that way you know and you learn. Tesla, as we talked about in Tesla, if it is above this 200, I am bearish. If it is below this 200, bullish. If it's below 200, I am bearish. We drew this line to give you the sentiment of what's going on, and every time it broke out above that 200, it was running into this downward trend line. And so I said, I bought this in the 200 area as it broke out. I held on to this until it broke down from this line. You guys seen me getting out of this in the pre-market as it broke down, because I didn't want any part of this breakdown with the overall market showing what it was showing. So above the 200, I was bearish. I bought shares in all the way back here, guys. All the way back here, I was talking about this $200 area, okay? This $200 area, I said when it breaks here, I'm bullish. I got in, I got half out. I took the last half out at break even. When it broke through, I bought a few shares in and I got some out knowing that this was the top. And then it broke back down for break even. Then guys, look, we played it again and we played it again, but this time we didn't make any money. We actually lost a few dollars on it because it did not break through. And I was holding for that breakthrough. Now it's below 200. The only thing I would like to see is this thing break out right from here off this bottom, run back into this 200 for an even wilder sell-off, okay? And that could very well happen. Now this thing I could be wrong, and this thing might break down and just continue to head lower. If that happens, then so be it. Let's go ahead and look at LUNR on this right-hand side for good old Heiser. Heiser, yeah, look at that breakdown on Lunar. So it pushed right back up into 40. Okay, we've seen this huge bout of liquidity right here. And so we're looking at it on the 1 minute, so it looks a little different. That huge bout of liquidity that we had, Heiser's selling into that liquidity. Why is he selling out into that liquidity? Well, if you read a nice little book that's called Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, it will tell you when you see high bouts of liquidity, that's not where you want to get in. That is where the smart money wants to sell out. And that's where the smart money was selling out today. And now look, it is starting to fail. Now, like we said, this area is its breakout area. That's why I marked this, because I said this breakout area is a very important area. This is either going to go up or down from here. So yes, you could calculate your risk somewhere in this area. You could have taken a short, you could have taken a long. I'm just commentating because these aren't my trades, but I do want to point out all the different areas that we could extrapolate money from the market. If you understand a wide set of rules, a wide set of trades, and a wide set of different stop losses and profit taking, then you are going to be a well-rounded trader and you will be able to take trades in any market, okay? And I'm speaking the truth here, guys. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, with the free information. I'm not going to ask of anything but your love and support. Anyway, let's see. He said he's out of my watch list before it takes back my money. Yeah, good call. I usually sell around the same area I would have shorted. Yes, absolutely, Heiser. And that's a great way to look at things, guys. If you're looking at something in a bullish bias, you need to look at it in a bearish bias so you get an understanding of where you're going to want to get in, where you're going to get out, and that's what it's all about, baby. So let's go ahead and keep continuing down these indices. Let me know if I should watch anything else for you, Heiser. It does look like a slower market today for you small cap traders. SING, We could, yeah, SING just broke down. It barely touched this area. And as we marked this out for you guys so you had an understanding of what we're looking for, but I wouldn't just start shorting right when it got into this liquidity area. Okay, I would want to short closer to the top, and we talked about it earlier. Why? Because of our risk reward. If we were here, we would have had to risk all of this room, which is 12%, okay? And right now it's only sitting at 14%. So it's only like a 1-to-1 risk reward. That is not good risk reward. I rather it pop right up into this, say, $2 area, and then we can risk the high of 220, which is only 8%, to actually try and gain, you know, this 22%. So that's way bigger risk reward. So maybe I'll make a video on that for you guys on risk reward so we have a better understanding of what's going on. And you know what? Maybe I'll go over Timber and CING as well so we can keep real live action, real live trading, okay? So Google, as we talk, is breaking down even further, okay? Let's look at the Qs now, as the Qs are trying to find a bid at this 290 area. But it's not looking very healthy because it's still below the VWAP, and with the one and few times it has came up to test that VWAP area, it has sold off. So if you guys were here for pre-market prep, what am I looking for? I'm looking for continuous sell-off. If we're starting to see the market form a bid, I don't want to see it go up to that VWAP area constantly. I want to see it find a bid, catch a bid, and then sell off. Find a bid, catch a bid, and sell off even further. I'm looking for a bigger push down. Now, I did take half off because we are at the 200-day moving average, which is a big psychological area for a lot of swing bias traders. If they see that $200 area, they're going to try and defend that area. Now, it looks like Apple has broke below the 200-day moving average. It's very important that you guys know this because Apple is our biggest weighted tech indice across all markets. Okay? Do I need to say that again? Apple is the biggest weighted equity in all traded markets, okay? Except for the Russell because they don't have the bigger caps. So your IWM is not existing to this, and that's probably why it's doing better. But in your SPY, in your Qs, in all of your bigger names, you're going to find Apple. And if Apple is now broke this 147 area and is heading lower below that 200-day moving average, we might be in for a big hurtin', guys. So Apple, delicious and nutritious, but seeming like it's got a couple bruises and wants to head lower. And as I speak, guys, it's wicking off that bottom. It's trying its best to hold this 200-day moving average, but it's, to me, guys, I'm bearish. I'm very bearish today, if you haven't heard, and I'm trying to put my bull horns on. I really am. But guys, the overall market is looking like a pooper scooper. Look at this, as we talk, the SPY still wicking off the bottoms, but trading at its low, 394.25. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on this because you know I like that wicking on the 15-minute bottom. You guys know I like that. So we're going to see if that's anything. Will that have correlation? Because guys, that 200-day moving average, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a nice little pop here, but I don't expect this pop to be all that high. But we got our money out. We've already made money on this trade, so we can let it play out. Let me take a quick sip. I'll be right back. You know, it's like five seconds for this sip, gentlemen. Oh, I can't even spin today. Can't even spin. There's stuff in the way. No, that's good. That's good. Where are my boys at? I know they're not sleeping. My boys need to come in here and say hi. Dang it. Get in here and say hi to your dad. It's been you guys been sleeping for way too long. Get your butts in here, boys. ACLS looking like it's still doing extremely well with the market. Let's bring up the market over here on the SPY so you guys understand what the heck I am talking about with these bigger things. Look at off these bottoms. Yes, it had a gap down, but it held. It gapped back up over 3.6% after losing that 4%. Still holding out in this area, guys. So the overall SPY is trying to push up, but this whole day it's been breaking down, right? And then look what happens. ACLS is like, we don't care. We're going to continue investing. SMCI, same thing. As the market sells off, this thing's like, hold my pop. Crazy. Ashton P, do you ever consider external factors when trading, or are you pure technicals? So I have found, and Ashton, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for that awesome question. Now, I try to not let external factors Come on in here. This is my boy Dustin. We'll go over that in just a second. This is my boy Dustin. Good morning, Dustin.
Good morning.
Are you happy? Are you happy that your school doesn't have power?
Yes.
Well, this is where all the power is, right here, baby. I know he's happy, and I'm happy I got to bring him on air. I'm glad you're awake. It looks like you just woke up, so wake up.
Yeah.
We love you guys. Thank you. David, good. I'm glad you're here. Come here. Good morning. Good morning. Say hi to the camera.
Hi.
Are you happy that you don't have school today?
Very, very.
Are you happy that Ida's all down without power? You're happy that they don't have power?
Yeah.
See, he's got power, so he doesn't care about anybody else as long as he gets to play his video games. And I kind of feel the same way. I'm happy that I get to play my video games, so have a good morning, buddy. Thank you. Shut that door behind you, will you? All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to Ashton P's. Alex is back. Good. Alex is back, baby. Ashton P says, do you ever consider external factors when trading, or are you pure technicals? Well, let me show you a few examples. So I'm going to show you this on Roblox simply because I don't believe in Roblox, but I still took the trade, okay? So a lot of times if I don't look at pure technicals, it gets me in trouble. If I'm looking at a can slim, so if I'm looking at one of these stocks, like look at ACLS for example, am I going to use outside factors with this? Yes, because this would be considered a long-term trade, okay? As to where this is just an earnings gap up. So I only use technicals on this, but on this I will go deeper. Because on these trades, I use small share size and I backtest. These here are going to be longer term trades that I'm waiting for the right times to buy in and really try and hold. So yes and no. No on the technical setups. So they're all going to be technical setups. So first I'm looking technical. I will always look at technical first. Technical on this is it gapped up over that, I think it was 15%. So it gapped up here over 15%. I decided, hey, if it's over 7, I like it. So on this 5-minute range, I took this breakout. So where do the external factors come in? Well, one, I don't care for Roblox. I don't care for Roblox at all, you guys. I think Roblox is a dying video game, just like every video game is dying. I tried to play Halo 3 the other day. Yes, I'm that old. I love Halo 3. I grew up with Halo, okay? And I tried to play Halo 3. Guess what? There's no servers out there for Halo 3 to play anymore. You can't even play it. So goodness gracious, great balls of fire, I was crying. So anyway, back to the outside factors. I didn't let that use as an outside factor because at this time when I took Roblox, I knew we weren't in a very good market. So technicals on the market showed that we were in a bear market, and technicals showed me to take less share size. So knowing that we were in a bear market, yes, that was an outside factor, but still using technicals. Roblox, seeing that I don't believe in this company, it was going against me in my head, but I still just use technicals. Now on ACLS, what I would do, because this is more of a can slim right out of William O'Neill's Bible, is the can slim idea to investing. And one of those is, does it have institutional ownership? Can you see it in the volume? And you can see this institutional ownership buying this up at this base, okay? And you can still see them buying it up here at these highs, okay? There is, you need to know the growth of the company. So that would be, if we bring this up and we go ACLS, we want to see this company growing constantly. So if we look at some of the technicals, we're going to go really easy. On the annual, you can see since 2019, every single year, they're bringing in more revenue. They're almost doubling. So since 2019 here, they have doubled their earnings in 2 years, okay? That is a beautiful thing. We also want to know, is this in a hot sector? So that's another thing. ACLS is technology incorporated, engages in the manufacturing of capital equipment for the semiconductor chip manufacturer industry. Right there. We know the chip industry is doing overall well. Just look at NVIDIA, right? So those are all outside factors that I will allow to skew or better replicate my judgment in my confidence, in my conviction. So yes, I do let outside factors, to just say it simply, I do let the outside factors, but they have to be in line with my logic and my thinking. So if you're using ed as a can slim investor, you want to see quarterly earnings doubling, you want to see annual earnings doubling. The end would be new management or a new product or something new that's coming out. You want to know if are you in a leader or a lagger, right? Are you in a leader in this sector? Well, you can just tell by looking how strong this is. It's definitely a leader in its sector. Okay, we can look at some of the other stocks that are running like this, but I don't think a lot of them are. So as a leader in the sector, let's see, CAN, that's L, so I, institutional ownership. We already went over institutional ownership, right? So yes, there is a lot of outside factors when I'm forming a larger bias base and I'm not day trading. When I'm looking for a long-term swing trade, I will go deep, baby. I will go really, really deep. But I will only do that for these stocks if I think the market is going to shape up, because none of this works in a bear market. I know that for a fact, because as I was learning this, I was trying to do this same type of plays in a bear market. I was fighting it because I wanted to be a part of this amazing Can Slim community. And I wanted to take these trades. But guys, sometimes that doesn't work out. So you need to understand, first and foremost, you want to be in a bullish market when doing these longer term Can Slim, William O'Neill's type investing, okay? I'm dropping knowledge, I'm dropping truth all left and right. So let me give you my spiel, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. I love being a bear with bull horns, okay? I look at both sides. I'm not biased in any way, and if I am, I question myself. I try to correct myself, okay? So that being said, guys, if you like the entertainment, if this values you in any way, okay, and you can learn from me, then go ahead and hit that subscribe button, baby. Right back to the stock market, guys, right back to the stock market. So let's go through the indices if we can. So let's go ahead and look first at our trades. So the SQs, you guys remember I took the SQs, which is the inverse ETF of the SPY. It is heading higher, and we took half of our shares out up here. We are still up around $50 on this trade. We are looking for a bigger expected move. But why did we get half out? Well, because we are at the 200-day moving average on the SPY. If we are at the 200-day moving average, I do believe it is going to hold for a little bit. So rather than hang out here and just expect this thing to always head down lower, I'm going to take out some money. That way I am less risk adverse and I can hold on to the last position for a further sell-off. Okay, so let's look at the Russell. Now we know the Russell has been holding out well with the overall markets to the downside. And the Russell is now still above the 200-day moving average, but looking weak, heading lower as of today. Netflix looking like doo-doo. Microsoft. Let's see Microsoft. We'll come back to the indices in just a second. I do want to make sure we catch up on chat. So Alex got into some Q puts from 0.97 and sold at 1.12, holding one more, just looking to exit now, and sold the last at 1.05. So Q puts, meaning you expected them to sell off, and you bought those Q puts at 97. So we are trading right now at 20.90.80. If you bought them at 90.70, I'm expecting that you made some money. It's hard for me to decipher all that and try and read all through it. Alex, I am not an options trader, so when I read SPY, puts, and then you get it on the Q, it looks like I'll just decipher it. Okay, got in some Q puts from 0.97, so I'm assuming it's 97 cents from the acted traded price of what, 290, so 290.97. That's where I'm a little confused. So if you got in at 290.97 and then you sold at 1.12 and they're supposed to be puts, then you were stopped out for a small loss, which is very smart to be stopped out and not hold on to something that could be even worse. Let me know if I interpreted that right, Alex, or maybe you said it wrong. Either way, we will learn a little something. Amazon trying to creep back up to that VWAP area, but it's like, nah, bro, I'm just too tired. These big boats of a stock like Amazon, like Microsoft, like Apple, you have to understand they're big boats, guys. When you have big boats like this, it takes a long time for them to turn around. Okay, so Amazon being the big boat it is, it's bumped its head on its 200-day moving average multiple times. What does that tell us? That tells us that this big boat is having a slow turnaround. We have 232 subscribers and 14 of you watching. If you love this content as much as I love spitting it, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button, baby, because we will forever be growing. Meta, breaking that area that we called out in pre-market. What's happening? It's just trading sideways, and I guarantee, Don't guarantee. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. But it looks like if it starts to do what the overall market is doing, it's going to continue to head lower as that 170 was breached. Let me take a quick sip Sawana, and then we'll be right back at it. I hear a Reese baby. You guys want to see my baby? Hang on 1 second. Reese Cup, come see your dad. He's in his roller. We're going to see if he can push his way all the way over here to come see us. Reese Cup, come see your daddy. Come on, Reese. We'll see if he wants to make it all the way over here. That way I can stay here and entertain you guys while my son kicks his fury little feet to make his way into the stock room so he can beep, boop, bop, press some buttons and make us some money. So we'll see if he makes it. The contract was worth 97 cents. There's 100 shares per contract. So pretty much $97 contract. Sold it when it went to 1.12 or 112 for the chart. I bought at 291 and sold at 290. Very good. And we know that that's a good thing because puts means to sell off, right? Oh, hang on. I'm coming, baby. Hang on, Mr. Baby. Come here. Come on. You want in here. Come on. Can you make it? Can you make it, baby? Come on. Let's see. All right, we're back, baby. We had to give him some room. He was locked up in the other room, and he's racing over here really quick. Come on, baby. There he is. Come on. Come on. You almost made it. Come on. Well, come here. Come here, mister. Yeah. Oh, here's Mr. Baby. Here's Mr. Trader, baby. He's back, baby. He's awake and he's happy. Yeah, you tell him. Tell him you're ready to drop some bombs. I'm going to be a whale of a trader. I'm going to be shorting all you guys. Let's go, baby. Yeah. He's a happy baby. He's always very happy. It's because he's got such a good mother. He's got awesome brothers. He's got awesome family members to help take care of him. Mwah. Stock, baby. What do you think's going to happen? You think the stock market's going to go up or down today? Are you a bull or a bear? Are you a bull or a bear? All right, guys, give me 1 second. We're going to go ahead and push him back this way. Come on, baby. Come on, feel the noise. Girls, rock the boys. Bob, bob, bob. All right. You know we got to take a quick break for family. You always have to, guys, because family comes first. So, Mr. Trader Baby, known to short the market by billions. That's correct. Mr. Short Trading Baby, known to short the market by billions. Sometimes you got to watch out for those babies because they go crazy. They will short the heck out of it, especially when you got a good dad and mom that puts away money. By the time he starts trading, he'll probably lose it all on one bet. But that's what happens when you're a new trader, so make sure you know your stop loss. Because if you don't know your stop loss, then maybe you're just a loser. And if you're a loser, you can switch that up by learning, guys. We're always going to be saying that on this channel, that you are a loser unless you are learning. So everybody that's here, and if you were here in pre-market prep, so not Alex, you are doing yourself a favor, guys, because we are setting ourselves up to make money. And Alex likes to wake up, roll out of bed, not even brush his teeth, and start trading. Isn't that right, Alex? I'm pretty gosh darn sure of it. So, yes, Mr. Trader Baby, Mr. Reese Cup, and it looks like the Qs have not came up to that VWAP area. Let's just look at the SPY, though, and then we'll continue through our indices. Let me know if anything's, oh, look at XPON. Guys, I was talking about XPON this morning. Do you guys remember what I was saying? Sure enough, I was saying that if this thing hangs out in this liquidity area and trades sideways, this thing could get some legs, and it did. Now it pushed up higher, but I said, guys, when this pushes up higher, it's going to find this area here to sell off into. What I am looking for now on XPON, simply put, is for it to trade sideways, build a new consolidated area with volume, because it has all this volume underneath it to hold it as support, and I'd like to see this thing wildly push higher. So we're going to keep it on when it comes to this XPON. We're going to keep this on our watch list. We're going to keep watching it, okay? And I'm also going to just put another alert right here so that way we don't forget about it. Now, back to the SPY. I've told you guys multiple times on the SPY trade, I took my half out when we started to consolidate in this area, but I didn't get all of it out because I'm expecting a wildly larger move on this. Now, we are hanging out in this 393.91 area. Guys, 393. I need to start speaking in better criteria here. So we're at 393, okay? 394 actually we should say. And I said, anytime this thing were to pop up to VWAP, we don't want to see it hanging out underneath it. We want to see it pop up to VWAP and sell off and then trade sideways and then flush. Because if it trades sideways for too long, then I'm going to get a little scared and get out of this. So it looks like it's holding this 393.78. If it holds up for too long, I might get completely out of this trade. But you have to keep in mind I am looking for a bigger move. So I should give myself a little bit more room and use this VWAP area. If it starts to break out above this VWAP area, like I was telling you in pre-market, if it starts to trade out above this VWAP area, then I am going to want to get out of this trade, okay? Let's catch up on chat. Alex says, yes, that's true. Once I'm out of a trade or waiting for a better movement, I'll go brush. I totally forgot. I totally forgot that I said that. So yeah, go brush your dang teeth, Alex, and get here for pre-market prep next time. Dang it. I'm not mistaken. There are some meetings today. Let me check. So are we talking about the market? Or are we talking about you have meetings to go do? If you have meetings to go do, don't let me keep you, brother. We want to make sure that you guys are making money inside the market and outside the market. Now, we do have 8 minutes till 11, so I'm only here with you for another hour and 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So if you appreciate my time as much as I appreciate you being here, please hit that subscribe button. We are creating an amazing group of assassins in this market, and we absolutely love it. So meetings for the market. Yeah, we can take a look at the news here and see what we got going on, but we don't want to look at this. We need to look at it on this side. If not, but I do want to look at Beyond Meat. We do need to see that. BYND. Yeah, so Beyond Meat, look at guys. Look at this. It's starting to trade sideways. This is really bad for the shorts. This could be really, really bad. Like I said, it's over 35%, and I took a wild guess just for funsies, and I'm saying this thing's going to 40. Okay, just under 40. Let's say $39 this thing's going to make it up to. That's my guess, guys. It's just a wild guess. I'm having fun with it, you know. And you know what? I'll do this for funsies too. We'll just buy one share of it. All right. Probably should buy it here. Well, we got to actually do it the right way, right? So we're going to put our share in right here on VWAP. So if it comes back down to VWAP, we'll buy one share of this. All right. If it comes back down, it gets me in because I want to do it right. Now, of course, it's only one share, but this will help me stay on it, keep an eye on it, and this will help me back test my strategies. So that way when I go back and I look at this, I'll say, oh, okay, you know, why did I look at this? Oh, we had all this volume. It broke through that volume. It came back to test that volume, and it held out. So that's the whole reason why I'm going to be getting into this trade, and I'm only taking one share. So that way I can back test this. I can be live entertainment for you, and we can see where we are going to go with this in the market. Now, I could not get put into this, and this thing might just take off from here and go straight up to 40, or it might just sell completely off. I could be completely wrong, but guys, I'm here to do my due diligence to give you some form of entertainment and make sure that we have a good time while we are here. And as I speak, it looks like SPY did end up breaking its lows, making a new low at 393.75, and without a bounce, guys, without a bounce. So if this thing does not find buyers, this is where we're going to see an even bigger flush. Now, I don't look at the tape because I think there's a lot of spoofing going on in the tape, but I will say this. We broke this bottom. We came up, we barely tested VWAP, and it sold off hard. And now we're right here at the bottom. Do I need to do a count out? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and flush. Oh, almost. We did see this breakdown here. Okay, it broke down and it popped up, but we're not seeing many buyers step in. If we're not seeing many buyers step in, guys, what do you think is going to happen if there's no supply, there's no demand? What happens when there's no demand, guys? When there's no demand and there's only supply, then you're going to get sold right off into, guys. Did I start counting too early? Because this is really looking like it's going to die off. Now, I could be wildly wrong, and I have been wrong many times before. Sometimes you get to a certain price area, and then there's a ton of people that step in, okay? I don't look at this level 2 at all, okay? I usually don't. because there's a lot of things that'll be on the books that, aren't true. Like this guy sitting here with, 40,000 shares, that's probably not true. When it finally gets to there, he'll probably take it off the books, okay? If that doesn't make any sense to you, don't let it. It's A-okay if it doesn't make any sense to you. It's not supposed to. It doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but that's just how some people trade. So there's a speech at 10:15. Already happened, my bad. Something about inflation. So what you were actually looking at was the CPE index. And yes, that happened at 8:30 this morning. Why weren't you here for it? Well, simply put, I tell you to be here for the pre-market prep every single day, and you're not. You don't. So, yeah, you're a little late to the meeting. Yeah, there was a meeting on actually, I don't think it was CPE. What was that called? Now I lost it. I already deleted it. Consumers. I lost it, guys. I lost it. Let me bring it up. I gotta know. I gotta look it up. I gotta do this stutter stopping, So it was core PCE. I was right. It was PCE. So PCE index ended up coming out for January at 0.6 versus 0.4 estimate. So the consumer's price index, the consumer's what we're paying for prices and what people like our grocery stores and stuff are paying for prices did go up higher this year and higher than expected, okay? So that being said, you need to wake up, Alex. You need to get your butt here a little sooner so that way when I give it to you, you got it. No, it was the Fed Jefferson and Fed Master speech. Okay, so I wasn't aware of that. I don't cover those speeches because they usually don't move the market much. It's usually CPI, PPI, and CPE index is what's actually going to move the market. And CPI is always your biggest one. Your CPI is what moves the market the most. The PPI, I believe, is what they use to check inflation. Oh, look at this, guys. I'm in Beyond Meat. I wanted to get in right here at this VWAP area. And now this thing could really just sell right off, or it could hold off and continue to push these shorts out. But we will see. Now I got a decent price and I only took one share. If you notice, it's only one share. Okay, why? Because I don't believe in Beyond Meat at all whatsoever, but I do believe that it can squeeze. Now, if this thing squeezes and I'm right, hey, I can make 20 bucks on this because I'm expecting it to go up to 40. Is that a wild price area? Yeah, it is, but I think it's fun and I'm here to do your entertainment for you. So, welcome to the show, baby. If you like it, if you love it, you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, doing my due diligence. So, let's see. Or decrease very slowly. No, it was Fed Jefferson, Fed Master speech. Cool. I use this website for all speeches and important stuff. Send it, Mikey. Heck yeah, I need it. Send it to me. Because I was going to download scans, but it's so hard for me to want to pay for anything because I've learned almost everything I have for free so far. And I want to give all that information. I want to regurgitate all that back up to you for free. Okay? And so that being said, guys, if I can have something that I use for free, a website for speeches and important stuff, I'm going to use it for free. That way we get it for free, and that way I can pass it on to you. Just like how I use this float checker. Okay, I use the float checker right here. Like we'll be on BYND, Beyond Meat, 58 million shares float. Okay, it's a pretty low float company, which I'm kind of glad I looked it up. I thought it was more than that. But we also use, and this is free. This is floatchecker.com. That's simple. Floatchecker.com. It's free. You don't need to pay for anything to tell you. Now, also, the short squeeze. This is called shortsqueeze.com. Very simple. BYND. It'll tell you what percentage right here the short float is. We are at 37.38%. That is a high, anything over 30 to me is a high percentage of float, okay? Now look at this SPY. We're on the 5 minute, but see how this is starting to slow? It's starting to wick off and it looks like it's starting to curl here right at this 20-day moving average. That is what I'm eyeballing, okay? If it wants to keep trading sideways and I don't keep seeing this sell-off pressure here under that VWAP, then I'm going to cut my trade and I'm going to take the rest of my profits. But what I'm expecting is it to not do this curl. I'm expecting to see this slow down, sure, but I'm expecting to see it sell off hard now right here and then do another one of these candles, another big tank candle, okay? This is the 5 minute. That's what we're looking at right now. I need some coffee. I need some coffee. I hope one of my boys are listening. David and Dusty, if you're listening, come save your dad. Bring some of that coffee from the coffee pot. Pour it in my cup so I can have something warm. Soothe my throat while I talk. So SPY might be doing what I am insisting that it does, and hopefully my bias is correct. If not, we have a game plan in case I am wrong, because if I lose, I'm not a loser, I am a learner, and we will learn from it every single day. As you guys can already tell, I take profits sooner, because the quicker I take those profits on these big liquidity pushes, the more I lock in, the more I can be in a sweat-free trade. I'm not worried about anything now. This thing could come all the way back up to where I got it in, way up here, guys, and I'm still doing better than I was. So I'm half out here, and I'm holding the last half short for a continued lower. We'll put BYND on our shares over here. We already know we got out in NVIDIA, and look at it, it's just squatting down on my stop loss now. So I don't even have to worry about it because we're already out, and we will definitely make sure we put NVIDIA back up on the top so that way we can look at it again very soon. Sorry for coughing in the mic. You said I use this website for all speeches and important stuff, but you haven't sent me anything, Mikey. What's going on, dude? Send it. Unless I needed a refresh or something. Yeah, no, you didn't send me nothing, Mikey. Send it. We got 17 of you here. I do appreciate your time. Thank you for joining me. We love being here, and we love doing this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, just for you, ladies and gentlemen. So if you like it as much as I love it, then hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because we love to do this for you. So we'll keep an eye on the SPY. We're going to keep it on the 5 minute to keep it interesting. But just in case some of you are too old to know, or maybe you just don't know, right here is the like button. Right here is my subscriber count of 232. Yes, I'm very happy of that. We have 17 of you watching now. So if you haven't hit this like button, it's right here. If you want to go ahead and subscribe, feel free to do it. That's the only thing I will ever ask of you, ladies and gentlemen. I won't ask of your money. I will ask of your time and your subscription, because it is free. Everything I do and say on here is free. I don't pay for anything except for TraderView to get a little bit more information. That's only $120 a year. No, I do not see the link. Mikey, send it to my Discord, brother. Or put it in chat if you can. Maybe it won't allow you in chat. We'll have to ask the moderator to see if she allows links to be posted. So beyond, looking like it is just teetering in this area. This thing might come all the way back down to the supply area and head higher, or I could be wildly wrong on my single share. Maybe I'm that dumb trader that bought in during the liquidity push. I could be, but that's why we only take one share, because I have not back tested all of these type of trades. Speaking of these type of trades, I want to go to Xpon, XPON, and look, it's doing exactly as I anticipated for a higher move. It's clearing all of its liquidity out. It's going to trade sideways for a few days. It's going to let us know when we should probably take a look at the stock, and then we might be in another little liquidity push to the north side. We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Only time will tell. So, do we need to go through the market? Well, it looks like we are starting to get that curl. We're starting to get that sideways action. Is it going to push up? Is it going to show us that it wants to continue higher? I would like to think no. I got my bear face on today, and my bull horns are off. But if this thing does, it has the ability to do that here, creating a new higher low on the 5 minute, but not on the 15 or hourly. So let's zoom out a little bit to help dense this information. And we are seeing a lot of wicks though, guys. We are seeing a lot of wicks. You know I like those wicks on the 15 minute. If you're seeing wicks, watch out. That is a sign that we are into supply. Demand. But is that demand enough to take out the supply? Only time will tell, but this is looking very, very, very bearish. So let's see if we can't run through some of these. ACLS looking good still in the overall market. SMCI, well, the market fails. SMCI still heading higher. What an amazing thing. What an amazing feat. ASUR trading sideways at 1096, still looking absolutely amazing. over the overall market, as XM still continues to trade sideways, still looking very strong in the overall market, only moving 4% in 1 day. Mikey, I would love that link, dang it. Send that dang link over. Make sure you guys are also caught up on the actual live stream. Make sure if you come up here and you don't see this live button and you are back here, you can either A, drag this all the way to the right to get this button to pop up so it says live, or you can click the live button and it will bring you right to the beginning of the show. Okay, or right to the live portion of the show. Right there's the like button, guys. Now, back to the show, baby. Back to the show. 1, 2, 3, yeah, back to the show. Now, SPY, looking like it wants to base out, just like we were talking. On that 15, we're going to see what happens. Will it continue to find supply and, or find that supply and beat the demand, or will the demand beat the supply and will it head back higher to try and test something back up here? We shall see, and only time will tell. As I keep saying from pre-market, I'm expecting these sell-offs sideways and more sell-offs before it pushes higher than the VWAP. Overall, ELF is looking absolutely amazing. So let's see here. DT still looking good, but it's selling off with the rest of the market, trying to hold that base of 42.39. NVIDIA breaking down at that $230 area. EMBC also breaking down. That area held. NU trading sideways, looking more bullish with the overall market. Now look at PBF. B Stewie, if you're still with us. BPF did break that area and now is trading down by that 30-day moving average. It is creating this downward trend line as well as it's creating that upward trend line. So if it can break, we'll just go ahead and move this down here so you can see that it broke its downward trend line. Is it going to come back up? Test this area now of liquidity. This area I'd say right here. Right here now. Is it going to come back up and test this and head lower? Or will it find a bid and head back higher? We shall see on PBF. So NAOV still trading sideways, still holding tight, doing its absolute dangdest. As Ford catching a bid off these lows, trading back up at 1187. Can it head higher? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Snap looking like crap. Still trading at these lows and trying to push lower. TTD, you guys remember this is why we have stop losses. We bought in TTD on the pre-market gap up. We made a nice chunk of money on this trade, and the market was looking overall bearish during the time that we did this. Now, it broke down and it stopped the last half out for break even. So what does that mean? It means I made my money. Could I have made more? Yes, but I'm stopped out and I'm not losing money now, right? So we made our money. We stopped out half. For our other half, we stopped out, and then it continued lower. So, what does that mean? Stop losses work, baby. Taking profits works, baby. So, VLAN looking like it's going to break lower here. This is looking like a nice little breakdown area for VLAN. Looking like complete doo-doo garbage. This thing might just flush right here. Yep. This thing looks really, really bad. VLAN looks like it's going to flush out hard right here, guys. You heard it here first. I said it. But it looks like there is nobody trading this thing. And if nobody's trading it, then anybody in it is going to want to sell. They're going to want out because they're afraid to get stuck. And this is already a penny stock trading at 56 cents. And we'll come back to VLAN. But I think, guys, right here is its flush. I think it's going to flush right down the toilet. So I drew the line. We'll see if it actually does it. Actually, I'll put it right on where I set it. Right here. Okay? We'll come back. We'll see if it flushes out. So need to see a clear break on SPY, VWAP, before I see a bullish run. It broke it before and instantly took a reversal. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So we are back into this SPY area. And we can look at the 5-minute here just to get a better idea. So we do have to understand that this thing... Woo! This thing had a huge sell-off and sold all the way down here, 1.6%. Why doesn't that sound like it's much? Well, because this is an ETF that only moves 1.3%. So If we just seen the overall market, which only moves in one day 1.3%, and we've seen it move 1.6%, well, that can probably tell us that that's probably not going to move that much further. Now, we can take that and say that, but we can also look back at other days. You know, we can look at other days that had big sell-offs, and we look at this and we say, oh, well, this moved, 1.7% from here to here, and that could very well be. Did I get that right? Let me just double check. 1.8%. So yeah, I mean, it probably has already moved its expected move. So the fact for us to see this thing actually take an even bigger liquidity pull to the downside would actually be pretty crazy, right? So I'm kind of glad that you brought that up because then it made me go over this and made me realize, hey, we're probably going to see a little bit of upside and it trading sideways before we head down further. But that's not part of my game plan. My game plan was for this thing to just completely sell off and completely head lower again. Okay, so I'm going to stick to that, and if this thing wants to trade above its VWAP area and continue higher, then I'm just going to get out of the trade and look for another area to buy into. So let's just look at the SQs and see where my trade sits. So it does look like we're falling back, okay, and we're falling back to the VWAP area on the SQ. So let's look at the Qs and see if I actually want to still be in this trade. So the Qs look like they haven't even came up to test that VWAP area yet. So my trade still shapes up. It's still formidable on the Qs. So I think I'm just going to stay in this trade since I already have half out. It's not going to hurt anything. I'm going to give myself a wide area to stop, and I'm still going to continue with my same plan and look for that bigger expected move. But I couldn't agree more. Alex, you want to see a clear break on SPY VWAP. You want to see a clear break. So that would mean this thing would push through on high volume, showing excitement, and then maybe having a pullback to accumulate even more to head higher. That is a bull bias, but I'm bearish in this scenario. So I would say if anything were to happen, it would bust up through this, find some more supply here, and then break right back down and continue our larger expected move to the downside. So we will see what happens on there. I did wear green today, so that might happen, but that was not intended. It was a hunter green, so that way the big old bull horns were hidden in the mix. So we will see what happens with that. Let me give it a little US stock traders a shout out, guys. So every morning, a buddy of mine named Trey Long reaches out, or I reach out to him, and he posts for me in his server. He owns US stock traders on his Facebook group. He's a really, really good guy. He actually does a lot of helping with stray dogs and animals find good shelters and good homes. So it's good people, and I do appreciate him posting every single morning, guys. He posts for me. There's over 16,000 people he has with US stock traders. So I have to say, I am very, very happy, very, very blessed to have some people in the media helping get me out there, and no wonder why we have so many viewers watching us. No wonder why we get so much love, because we have good people like Trey Long helping post, helping this channel grow. So thank you, Trey, and thank you, US Stock Traders on Facebook, for letting me post. So that being said, guys, let's go back to the market. Alex says this volume is garbage, or he said sad, which in the same way, it's the same thing, right? Let me go to the hourly so we can get an overall sentiment of how this market is playing. So if we look at this, guys, and we just draw kind of like an average through here, we can see, actually, I think I have on this side, yeah, let me put the SPY up over here, guys. And if we look at, see this line here, this is the average daily traded in the past 20 days, this volume line right here, okay? This is the average volume traded in the past 20 days. That being said, you could see yesterday we had higher than average volume traded, and then we had a big sell-off, and let's look at the VIX, okay? The VIX had a nice push up this morning in pre-market, and now is selling off. So we don't have a lot of volume in the market, and that's what Alex is saying. We don't have a lot of volume, meaning that we're not seeing wild sell-offs and wild pushes up on the SPY here this morning. We're kind of seeing things just kind of play out, okay? So I think that's what Alex means by that, is that we're not seeing like huge amounts of volatility, okay? Now, let's go ahead and bring up BYND on this side. So BYND is breaking down. It's back down into what now we can consider the demand area. But remember, this is a play that we're looking for more of a squeeze on. So we got in during this VWAP area. It is breaking down. It's testing its supply. If it continues to break down in this area, my thought or my trade on this will be off the line. I won't be trading this anymore. So we'll see. I'm expecting a bounce here. I'm expecting it to trade sideways for a few days, get a few more people in here, a few more knuckleheads like myself, so this thing can really ramp up, take off a lot higher, and get up to that $40 area that I'm expecting for it to sell off. Now, this is a wild trade. This is just a wild speculative trade that I'm taking for your entertainment. These aren't buy or sell recommendations at all. This is way outside my wheelhouse. I usually don't play stocks like this, but I figured I'll take one share, just one share. That way we have this on a back-tested area. Now, speaking of which, XPON is doing its thing, bouncing again off the supply or off the demand area. This is why I draw these things out for you guys, okay? Because these are the things that we're looking at. It built up right here above these liquidity areas back here. It pushed a lot higher into this area right up here, okay, which we can draw out as another little liquidity area, okay? Now it broke back down and now it's bouncing in between these two areas, okay? That's great. That's great. Why? Because now we have identified where our areas are. And what happens when you identify your supply and demand areas? Then you know where you can take a trade. You can define whether your risk is where it's at and where your sellout area, like where you're gonna make money, where that's at. So identifying the risk and reward or the supply and demand gives us a better understanding of what's going on in the overall market. So glad you guys are here. I'm glad you were here in pre-market when I called this beautiful play out. TMBR. So if you guys remember, Mikey played TMBR today. He got in around this area. It broke down. We should probably look at on a shorter time. Okay. This thing broke down. Okay. It broke up and he said, oh, wow, that really scared me. Well, I thought he was getting out, but he actually bought more shares in short and then got out on this liquidity down, half out, and then took the rest on this push up. Okay. So we're going to keep an eye on this, but why? Why did he take that? Well, he made his money here and he's done. Now look what happened. This thing came back up. Now it's trading sideways above that VWAP area. It could chew out this volume and head even higher. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go ahead and set me a pretty little alert right here to let me know, hey, this might be the area of where I want to get in for a breakout higher, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY, see where it's trading. Okay, it looked like it did break out above that VWAP area, but did find this nice little liquidity area to sell off into. We're not seeing a lot of volume come up for this push. That's what we want to see if we want this to head lower. We don't want to see volume coming in. We want to see the little bit of volume that does come in pitter out. Okay, we want to see less and less volume now traded on this. We don't want to see any more buyers stepping in. We don't want to see any pushes up any higher. And if we do, that's not good if you're looking short. So volume is not there. I'm not seeing a lot of buyers here. I'm seeing a lot more supply than I am demand, which means that this stock is probably going to head lower. Okay, I could be wildly wrong though, guys. It looks like it could be shaping up. There's a lot of different ideas that exist in this market, and I've been wrong more times than once. Matter of fact, my win percentage is 35%. If that scares you, just know I am up on the month. I am wrong a lot more than I am right, but I still make money, meaning I don't have to be right. I can be wrong, right? As long as I use good risk management. Think about that, guys. Think about that for a little bit. How can I have made money this month being wrong more than 50% of the time? My win percentage is only 35%. That means my risk management is key. Risk management is my edge. And now we have LAZR popping up. LAZR, was that Rabia, I believe, was watching LAZR, and we were talking about it in pre-market prep, how laser could be eating away at that liquidity above. It came up, it pushed up, and it started eating away here. It came back down, traded sideways, came up, and now it's starting to eat away again. But remember, we are in this supply area. We talked about this yesterday. It came up, and I said, this is the supply area. We're probably going to see some selling off. And sure enough, we did. We've seen that supply area. But I also said, guys, if it holds here and trades sideways for a couple of days, this might eat this liquidity away. Then Beyond the Harbor came in and also agreed with that analysis. If this thing keeps pushing up and keeps eating away, we might see a bigger push higher like we've seen in XPON, the same type of trade, okay? Big sell-off after we get this push up, but it holds, it finds support, it trades sideways. And I'm not expecting this thing to rip up here. I'm still expecting this to trade sideways underneath its supply area for a while, maybe coming up and testing once in a while, but this 7.5 area is going to be key. Once it trades sideways for a while and then just rockets through it, and we want to see that rocket up through it, that is when we are going to want to take a tasty little trade. So, LAZR, Rabia, if you are still here, we are still watching, baby. So, let's keep on keeping on. Let's look how my SQ's trade is doing. Still trading sideways. We're still up around that $50. We know we already got 25 locked in of it. So from here, we still got $25 in the plus on this trade. Will we end up getting out of this trade if it breaks down and wants to continue higher, or are we still in this trade for the long haul? Can we hold it for another day and hope that the SPY in a positive way breaks down for us, but maybe it will find itself a nice little trade here. Dustin, save me. Dustin James, come save your dad. So SPY is looking like it wants to shape up here, but it's obvious, guys. It's very obvious. We need a little pullback after this huge push down. We need a little pullback. LAZR looks like it's already doing laser beam things, still heading higher. I can't get into this trade though, guys. I won't get into this until I see it test a few more times because I think that this is a false push. Not to mention, we do have earnings on the 27th, so that's Monday. So keep in mind, I cannot get into this trade. It will be a gamble if I take it before earnings. So I don't like gambles before earnings, okay? So SPY getting that nice little pump here, nice little pump you up. And that's A-okay. We want to see it for our Roth IRAs, for our 401ks, for our pensions, for our supplementals. We want to see it making money, so that's good. But it's not good for our short-term trade. So we want to see some sell-off in this area. If we're not seeing sell-off in this area, I'm going to be a little nervous, and I'm probably going to think about taking the last half of my shares out. Yeah, I would like to see a heck of a lot more bigger expected move on this. I really would. And thinking about it and saying it out loud when it comes to this short, I have all this room all the way back to this 400 in order to have that leeway. But I really don't want to see that. So I think I'll be wrong. My whole sentiment for this trade that I've been telling you guys about, where how like if we do get a pop back up, I want to see it trade sideways only for a little bit and then a bigger sell off. If we don't see that and we start breaking above this in this area, I'm just gonna have to take my money. I'm just gonna have to take my money because then my bias is wrong, and I'm always breaking that last half out for break even when I rather start earning even more money. So that's what I'm learning from this. Take your money, take your money when you can. Now I've already taken half my money and I'm letting this other half ride, and I'm trying to get it to do what I want it to do, right? And if it doesn't do what I want it to do, I'm just gonna get out. So I'm not gonna try and bend the market's will to what I want, So let's see, what else we got going on, guys? What are you guys watching? If I'm not giving you the best stock commentary, it's simply because you aren't giving me the stuff that you're watching. I know what I'm doing right, and what you're doing is right too. Just let me know that we are on the same page so I can stay on cue. I'm humble and I'm fresh, but let's look at the best. So give me the tickers so we can impress. Guys, let's run through the indices here and see if we can't see a little something on a different ticker. So we know that the SPY is all the way down here. It's bouncing off this 393 that we can see on this hourly, right? It's giving a little bounce up, but we don't want to see it hold out too much on there. So we want the SPY, well personally, I want to see the SPY come all the way down to this 390, just like I pointed out. This might take a few days to get there, and that's okay, but In the meantime, we're just going to keep an eye on the SPY, and then we're going to look at the rest for sentiment. So IWM down, not as much today, but down. Trying to find a base, trading at 187 almost evenly. So let's take a look at old Netflix. Yeah, Netflix, guys, I was telling you, if it breaks from this area, we're going to have some trouble, and it's going to keep heading lower. SPY looks a bit bullish now, is what Alex is saying. Alex, I have to disagree. I'm looking at the 5 minute. If you're looking at the 1 minute on a smaller time frame, you can definitely see why you would think the SPY is looking a little bit more bullish, creating new lower highs, but we're still in this demand area. And me, personally, from watching SPY constantly, they always like to trade a little bit above this VWAP for a little bit before breaking lower. Now, I could be wrong, and Alex, you're usually right. So it does look pretty bullish on the 1 minute. But if I keep zooming out and I look at this 5 minute, it is starting to look a little bullish on the 5 minute. Let's zoom out on the 15 minute. It is looking bullish on the 15 minute. So Alex, I have to agree with you. And that's why I like having negative correlation, because you will help change my sentiment, help me make me understand what's going on. And here's that push above that supply area. We did see all these wicks on the 15 minute, and it is looking bullish, just as Alex said. And we have a big push up on a little bit more volume than we did before. So is this changing me completely? Is this making me want out of this trade? Should we sell off into this and take our winnings? Well, maybe we should, but I'm going to continue to hold off for a little bit longer because I have so much room in this trade. Xander Hammond, what's going on, Xander? Xander, are you the Xander that I love and know from Jiu-Jitsu? If you are, please let me know in chat if you are the Xander that I know and love. Xander is a good friend of mine. Him and his father both do Jiu-Jitsu. Xander is a student in the kids class, and man, when he first came in, he didn't know much of anything like most of us, but now he is a monster on the mat and overall an amazing kid. He does good in school. I ask him all the time. He says he's doing good in school, unless he's a liar, and he's lying to me. If you're lying to me, I'll put you in a chokehold, brother, and you know it. But I roll with Xander. He's a very good student. He's very good at jiu-jitsu, and he is getting very good very quick. So Xander, I love you popping in here, buddy. I love you supporting me, so thank you. If you have any questions on what's going on here, it doesn't matter how dumb of a question it might be. You might not even know what you're looking at. Just ask it, brother, and I will be happy to go over it. So Alex says, if SPY hits 359.70, I have to call, I have it to be a clear bull. So Alex thinks after 359.70, he's saying it's bull market, baby. So 359.70. So you're thinking I think you got your numbers wrong. Check it again. 359.70. That would be, well, that's like, we shouldn't see 359.70 unless we're in like a double depression, you know. So take a look at your numbers, brother, because we ain't looking at 359 on SPY. Maybe 395. Are you dyslexic? Maybe you got that wrong. Yeah, you're probably saying 395.70. So 395.70 is what Alex is probably saying, and I can see that, Alex. I can see that. And if it lingers like a fart around that area, I'll probably exit the rest of my trade. But we are already half on our trade, guys. And so that being said, we got room. We got room to let this thing kind of pull back. After this big push down, we're expecting some kind of pop to the top. Yeah, 395.70. I knew it, Alex. I knew it. And that's what you get for rolling out of bed. You roll out of bed and start on this show. I know it. You got your sleep still in your eyes. You're wiping your sleep. You're running to the bathroom to brush your teeth every time you get in and out of a trade. I know it. I know how you are. Start getting up a little earlier. Start being here for my pre-market prep, Alex. Dang it. But I bet you're still making money just like you usually do. So Microsoft looking like it's trying to find a bid at that 249 area. It's sitting at 249.12 and it wants to head higher. It found that bid at 248, guys. Excuse me if I was wrong. Amazon trying to find a bid now down here at that 92 area, trading at 93, looking like doo-doo poop under this $100 area. Meta, does it still want to pull? It still wants to pull. We drew this line out in pre-market, and I said if it broke it, it is bearish in my mind. All right, so let's look at NVIDIA. Now, you guys remember I took this NVIDIA trade for you yesterday. Right away this morning, it stopped us out, and it looks like it wants to head higher off that 230. Now trading at 232.10. Will it continue higher? Only God knows the answer to that one, but we can keep an eye on the overall market to see if we cannot find a few inclinations as to which way the market might head. So, let's take a look at Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla. Now, you guys know I don't like Tesla if it's below 200. If it's below 200 and it comes up to touch 200, I short. If it breaks through 200 and pulls back to 200, I go long. So, if Tesla wants to push up with the overall market to that 200, well, looks like Daddy's going to take himself a short sale. But in the meantime, we will just keep an eye on it and an eye on the SPY. As you guys can see on the SPY, I drew that supply area. It broke out just above that supply area, but now heading back down into it. So the SPY doing exactly what we anticipated as of right now. But if it breaks out higher and gets above and around where Alex just said, that area of 395.70 will probably look to exit the last half of our position. We exited the first half down here when we started seeing the market do a nice little halt around that 200-day moving average. As it pushed back up, we had a few scenarios in this area. Whichever plays out, that is how I will react, because I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if the market's going to go up or down, but I do know that it will go either up or down. With knowing those two decisions, if I can find proper risk and proper reward, then I extrapolate a little bit of money out of the market. So we are up money and we are still up money, but will this play show me to get the rest of my money out, or do I hold on for a better move? So we will see. We will come back to take a look at this as it heads up to the 395.73 area. This is the area where Alex seems to think we are going to be bullish in this scenario. I will have to disagree with you, and I'm still going to hold on to this for right now to see how it wants to act in this area. But Alex, you are usually right, so we will keep an eye and we will keep on that fussing and that fighting, brother, because I want to hold on to this trade, because you guys know I am a little greedy at times when I am trading. I do get a little greedy, and that's a-okay, because when you have a stop loss as far as mine way up here in this 400 area, you have room to let your runners run. So we will see who's right. Is Alex right? Is Dave right? Well, either way, one of us will not be a loser, because either way, we will be learning on this show. Keep that in mind, guys. Each and every one of you are losers. That's right, I said it. I'm calling my viewers losers unless you're learning. And if you're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12 on LoFiTrader, we learn from our mistakes. We go over our big winners. We go over our little losers, and that's the way they are. Small losers, big winners. That's how we do it, baby. And if you aren't finding this anywhere else free, well, that's because everybody wants you to pay for something. Not here. Inflation is always at zero. I won't ever increase the price of free, baby. F-R-E-E. If you like the content I'm bringing, if you like the passion that I bring to the stock market, even on slow days like today, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, baby, because I absolutely love being here. I am blessed to be here, guys. And right here, just as a friendly reminder, well, bam, that's the like button. You know you want to smash it. You can caress it. You can touch it. You can gently tap it. I don't care how you do it. Just do it for me, baby. Not to mention, just below that is the subscription button, but I imagine every one of you in here are already subscribed, because you cannot find this content anywhere else. Analysis, commentary, and live trades, baby. So hit that subscribe button, and here we go back to the market. So the SPY is finally seeing some of that sell-off above this area that I drew. Okay, my areas won't ever be perfect. Sometimes when they are, I'll probably talk about them a little more. But in that sense, this one here did break out above my supply area, and now it's pulling back. Will it find support above VWAP area and continue higher, proving Alex's theory to be correct? Over that 395.70 area, he is bullish. So it did break through it. It's not holding out above it. So I don't think he is that bullish currently. But we are watching, we are commentating, and we will keep you up to date, baby, because we need to make some money. So Google over here, also trying to find a bid. After a huge pullback like this, we wouldn't expect the market to go to zero today, okay? So Google also trying to find a bid, as well the Qs. And now Apple trading at 146.33, below that very, very important line of 147, okay? It broke through it. I'm a pretty big bear now on Apple. Why? It's below its 200-day moving average, guys. And if it trades below its 200-day moving average, I don't want any part of it. And the only part I would want of it is to maybe short this trade. So what am I going to do? Just while you're here, I'll go ahead and throw Apple, AAPL, right here. And we were going to hold on to this Apple trade as a long-term short. So AAPL, we're going to put that up on there. And we'll see if we can't get a Apple bid to sell it short, okay? So we're gonna see if this gets us in here, and right away, because Apple is a very liquid stock, it only ranges between 2 cents on this. We took one single share into this just to help bring my my fallacies into fruition. What do I mean by that? Well, if I say something, I want to put my money where my mouth is. If I wanted to put my money where my mouth is and I talk for 4 hours straight, I would be in 30 trades right now, guys. I'm not going to take 30 trades. I'm only going to trade my book the way I trade. So when I trade outside of my book, or what I usually trade, then I'm going to take very, very low share size, just like BYND. I only took one share into BYND. We are down a full $1 on this trade, waiting to see if this holds the $20 area. If it doesn't hold the 20, and I am wildly wrong, well, I will be out of this trade, okay? So we're gonna give it some time. We're gonna see what it wants to do, because if this Squeezy McSqueezerson wants to head higher, I can make an easy $20 on this one share while risking $2, okay? That's a big risk-reward ratio, and I like it. So we're taking it to see what happens. As we speak, SPY breaking back down towards that VWAP area at 395.07. What's gonna happen? What's going on? Only time will tell, baby. So we have a short in Apple. We have, where did we short Apple? Let's mark it. 146.25 is where we took the short in Apple. 146.25 right there. Okay. We're going to go ahead and make this yellow so we know that it is a short and not a green Longy McLongerson. Okay, it is short right here in this area. So anytime we look at Apple, you know this yellow marker is where I want it to be short, where I got in short, and where we are going to hold, baby. Okay, so let's go back to the SPY. SPY is still breaking down. It is in that supply area that we drew out for you, and now it's trying to bounce off that VWAP area. Let's go ahead and get a little update. I want to let you guys know that we are being sponsored by U.S. Stock Traders. U.S. Stock Traders are on Facebook. He has over 16,000 members on U.S. Stock Traders, and his name is Troy, and he allows me, Trey Long, Trey. Trey allows me to post on his Facebook, who has over 16,000 members of like-minded traders. Trey, I wanted to reach out and say thank you. Thank you for sponsoring the show. Thank you for putting this ad up there so all of your viewers can find a good free resource, because sometimes, guys, things cost money. But knowledge, to acquire the knowledge that I have in the market, I did all of this for almost free. I did pay for a few subscriptions here and there, but that's what you have to do when you're learning. But I want to be the first to tell you, you don't have to pay for anything to learn how to make money in the market. You don't. Now, if you want to, go for it. Go for it, but you're not going to pay here. Okay? Everything is absolutely free here, and it always will be. The only thing I will ask of you is to hit that like, hit that subscribe, and give me your love and support. And Alex, I will always ask Alex, hey Alex, why don't you show up to pre-market prep once in a while, brother? We want to see you here for pre-market prep. We want to see everybody here for pre-market prep. Alex just gets a little sleepy sometimes. He's a young man, always trying to sleep in, always trying to day trade, and those usually don't go to hand in hand, but Alex seems to extract money every single day somehow. But you know I love you, Alex. I got to give you crap, brother. So let's look at the VIX. The VIX is breaking down here at 22.17. So we might not have some crazy movement in the market, but that's A-okay. The SQs is breaking down. It bounced off of its VWAP. We will see if we want to exit our shares or do we want to keep on keeping on. Now, as we see, TMBR sounds like it is sounding off. And as we talked about, timber looks like it is breaking through that area and heading higher on a breakout. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please have your attention at this $3 area? Now, this morning we talked about this. We talked about this eating this up here, okay? That's why he got out. Mikey got out in this area because it was holding up well just under VWAP. Now look, it broke through VWAP. It held VWAP. It created a nice tight range, and then boom, another liquidity push to the higher side. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why I do stock commentary for exciting trades just like this. I mean, now that we're hindsight entering it, let's just look at this. Beautiful uptrend, a beautiful bullish uptrend wedge pattern that broke out on higher volume, but not highest volume. And we're going to see what it wants to do from here. Will this catch even more attention and head even higher, ladies and gentlemen? Only time will tell, but we will be here to go over it for you. Wow, goodness gracious, what a move. You can see these build-up, guys, these big build-ups, a push-up, a big build-up, and a push-up. And this thing is looking amazing. So we might see another trade on this in the near future. We shall see, only time will tell. XPON doing the same thing, guys. Look, I drew both of these liquidity areas for you. It bounces off the top, it bounces off the bottom. Will it bounce off the top? Is this XPON going to trade sideways because of these areas? Trade sideways, and then it'll do what? It's either going to push up or push down. We go over this crap over and over and over again. Why? Because this crap makes us money. That's why. And if that's not what you're here for, well, what are you doing? That's what we want to do on this show. We want to make money. Let's learn how to do it, baby. So it looks like the SPY is doing its best to hold up and pushing higher out of this liquidity area. What does that tell me? Well, that tells me that the market is looking strong, and I'm going to have to give over these shares. Let's go ahead and look at the SQs. So the SQs trading right at this VWAP area and wanting to head lower. So we should actually be looking at the Qs on the left side if we're playing the SQs, right? So the Qs moved right back up into its VWAP area, while the SPY has broken above that VWAP area. So that being said, I think I'd much rather look at this area here to see more for this trade to come into fruition rather than SPY. Now, am I doing that because I just don't want to get out of this trade? That's a great question, and I'm glad I said that out loud. Yes, that could very well be the reason why. I don't want to get out of my trade. I want to keep making more money. I want to keep being greedy. Well, that being said, we put too many lines in the sand and we changed it too many times. So that simply put, because I am long in the SQs, I'm selling out of my SQ shares. And what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Well, I made 45.46 on this trade. Congratulations to me. It is a small amount to win, $46, but if those trades keep adding up, and we're going to keep on printing money every single day. Now look, watch what happens, guys. Of course, I exited my trade, and what's going to happen? Well, the market is going to start heading lower again. So I might just need to start looking at my sentiment, looking at my understanding, and say, hey, what are you doing here, Dave? And that's A-okay, guys, but that's why we aren't losers here. And you are a loser unless you're learning, and we can learn from our trades every single day. Now, I'm out of this trade, okay, because it's not doing exactly what I called it out to do, okay? I probably should have been in this trade when it broke that VWAP area, but I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt and let my winners run. Now, this thing, we got half of our shares out here. We did amazing, and then when it went against everything that we wanted to see it do, we got out. That is the last I can handle on the SPY. So we made a nice little chunk on that, a nice little $50 without any losers. Oh, we have one loser today. So let's go over that NVDA. So yesterday we got into NVDA and we stopped out for $6.53. Now, do you guys see why even losing more than when you win, you can still make money? This is the perfect example. I stopped out of NVIDIA losing $6.50, and I stopped out of SPY 2 separate times, earning over $50. Do you guys see the correlation there where my winners are way way bigger than my losers. So we get to walk out of today knowing that we have made money on this market even when it went against us. So we were in this trade all the way on SPY. We got in here after this pop back up in this area. We took a sizable amount. We just took 20 shares short on the SPY, and we played it all the way back down to here. We got out half, and then we said if this thing looks like it's going to shape up and head higher, then we're going to take the last half out. So how much did we make on this trade? Well, let's just take a look. Let's bring up the SPYs, or SQQQ, and we'll figure out exactly what kind of percentage we made on this, okay? So let's look at this, guys. We got in here, and we got out for most of ours at 6%, and then the last bit at 5%. So we earned 6% on a portion of this trade, and we learned another 5% on this portion of the trade. What were we risking to get that 5 to 6%? We were risking 1.5%. Guys, that's 1 to 5 risk reward. 1 to 5, at least 1 to 4. Okay, I'm just doing this math off the top of your head. That is 1 to 4 risk reward, and that is what I want to show you every single day in the market, guys. We keep kicking butt, we keep taking names, and we keep making that money. Now, look at NVIDIA. Look at this beautiful stop that we got in. Maybe I should have let it play out a little bit because we would still be in this trade, but hey, I am risk adverse. I always ask myself, what is my risk first? And sure enough, we use that risk, and we are out. So I won't be playing NVIDIA anymore unless we see it shape up on another trade, okay? So let's see if we can go over the indices. Also, one thing we haven't went over is the dollar. Guys, we only have less than 15 minutes here with you guys. I got less than 15 minutes, guys. So if you're still with me, if you're still loving this big chin wavering around in your face, go ahead and hit that subscribe button because we are here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. I bring you the best stock commentary, analysis, and not to mention live trades. We took two of them for you today, guys. 2, baby, 2, and we're making that money. So look at the dollar. It broke out even higher, goodness gracious. After the CPE index came out, this thing took on a terror off a heck of a lot higher, guys. So be careful in the market because if the Dixie wants to continue higher, we know there is a reverse correlation. So the Dixie looking like doo-doo as the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX as we look at the SPY over here. SPY giving it a very nice push right into its pre-market, its morning push right up into this area and now selling off wildly. Okay, and the VIX now dropping down and getting its eagle on girl. VIX down to 21.93 after its short stint up there at 23. So Alex bought at 165, sold at 179. 396.50 is the next test on the 5-minute. Gonna let it play out before I enter, but I have SPY bullish now. Yes, Alex, absolutely, and great call on that SPY because after it did touch that, it did come back down to test and ramped up even higher. So it's gonna be very interesting to see because look at these V correlations. Big V, another sell-off. Look at this one. Big V, another sell-off. And look at this, guys. It's the same exact V. We got this big V, and now we're starting to get some sell-off. So I could be wildly wrong. This thing could take off a lot higher, especially after this huge move down this way. Okay? And not to mention, I keep calling out this 200-day moving average. So there is a lot of bullish correlation still in the market. So if you're bullish, let me know. If you're bearish, I want to hear it too. We got to know both sides of this story because this might shape up off of these lows following this trend line that I put up here just a few days ago, okay? And with this 200-day moving average, if it can stay above it, that is still ingesting for the swing traders to keep looking at longs on the trades, okay? So let's keep that in mind, guys. Now we got timber over here on the left. Guys, we talked about timber and the way timber was going to eat up this area and push higher, and it did. Not only did it push higher, but it's sustaining that high price of $3.17. So as long as it holds this $3 for a couple of weeks, we might even see something even higher. And as I talk, $3.96 on the SPY, 396.55. So that's the next test on the 5-minute is what Alex said, and he's going to wait for it to play out. Now it's testing, and we will see. Does the SPY want to continue higher, or does this thing want to fall off the face of the earth? Guys, we have 10 more minutes. If I don't bring you the best commentary, I want to know, what can I do to make it better? What can I do to get you to show up every single day for the pre-market prep? I'm here every day from 8 till 12. Heck, I'm here from even earlier than that. So that way I can get things set up. But if this doesn't make you excited, I don't know what will, baby. Hit that subscribe button so you can be here with me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, baby. Best stock commentary, best analysis, and some awesome live trades in front of you every day, baby. Today is Friday, guys. It's Friday. We got 9 minutes left on this stock market show. I hope you guys are having as much fun as I have, because I talk for 4 hours straight. You ain't going to hear that anywhere else. Shoot, you might not even want to hear it, but I'm here and I'm doing it, baby. As we speak, as we spit, the market is trading at 396.58. So we will see, does it want to continue to hold or does it want to fall? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Dow Jones Industrial, finding a bid down here, trading at 32858, so 32,856. And if this thing wants to stop acting so crazy wonky, we may be able to take a look at the bigger picture, trading down here by its lows in the past couple of weeks here, guys. And we know that this 200-day moving average is very critical, very important, and it is finding a bid at these 32,645. So let's see if it holds out. Let's see if it does our bidding and wants to grow horns to head higher. So we will see if it does what it wants to do, because if it's not doing what it does, then we don't want to be doing it. Hey, we got DHT coming in, and it looks like it wants to pop off. Goodness gracious, this looks like a beautiful buy to me. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. All I am doing is looking at what I can look at and doing what I can do. And if you can't do what I can do, then stick around and learn, baby. Learn, baby, learn. So we are seeing an awesome little push on DHT right here. Now, this is bouncing off its 10-day moving average after it had a beautiful push up on earnings. So, does this thing want to keep heading higher? Does it want to be a big bull in this market? Well, it's a risk I am willing to take, but how much risk am I actually willing to take? So, if I want to use that 10-day moving average to make sure that this thing holds and stays, that would be $11, and it's $11.44. So let's just say $1 a trade, and let's just go ahead and take a $20 bid on this trade. Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and join this bid. I do like this breakout. I do like the company as itself as a whole. The only thing I didn't look at is the range here. So let me take a look at the range. Let's see, the bid price is $11.43, the ask is $11.44, so we only have a 1 cent range on this thing. So it's safe to buy, it's safe to get in and out of things, very liquid, very quick, and I am taking this breakout. It's just 2 cents extended from where I would want to actually get this breakout. But hey guys, I'm trying to get in. If I get 20 shares in, we're going to use that 20 shares and we're going to use the risk of this 10-day moving average, okay? So I like the breakout. I like where it broke out here. It's looking absolutely beautiful. I want to even mark this this top here, this actually very, very top, okay? And we know where the liquidity is going. We're going to see it kind of pitter out here. So I'm getting it just underneath this, and we're going to see if we want to take it. Now it did push up on a little bit more volume, and it does look like, and I pointed this out too, guys. Like if we look at just this area on this big push, we're actually seeing some volume contraction on this. Now, it looks like it's not going to get me in, so hopefully this gets me in, because the last time we had a trade like this, goodness gracious, it went skyrocketing on me. But these are one of those strong names, guys, that we have up here. Actually, this one's not even up here. This is one of those strong names that are doing very, very well with the overall market looking like complete doo-doo, you know what I mean? So, DHT, we're going to have to put up here. DHT, is it going to get us in, guys? Let's try it again. We'll try and get in at a little bit of a higher price. See if it wants to get us in. Come on, get me in. You can do it. I got faith. Might not want to get us in, guys. we will see. We will see. Only time will tell. So we're going to leave that up. And if it gets me in, it gets me in. And we will be in DHT. If it doesn't want to get me in, that's A-OK too. We will chalk it up as a missed trade. And we will still keep an eye on this and see how she wants to play out. Come on, baby, get me in. I'll let you know if it does, guys. I will let you know. So, same thing, ACLS. We're looking at all these stocks that if the market wants to turn around at this 200-day moving average, we want to be a part of it, right? So, I'm going to keep an eye on these. And tomorrow or tonight, when I'm off air, I might actually get in a few of these trades. So, DHT doesn't want to get me into this. We shall see. But I do like the volume price contraction or the volume contraction price, however you say it. It's looking absolutely advantageous right now, and I want to be a part of the stock. If it doesn't get me in, so be it. It wasn't meant to be. This thing might just wildly take off to the north side without me, and that's A-OK too. I don't want to chase anything, and I want to take the bids that I want to take. I feel like I want to bring up the level 2. Why isn't it coming down at all? It seems like the bid is very, very strong on 144, and it's not coming down to punch me in. Goodness gracious, it's really having me like fear of missing out, which tells me I need to stop looking at the trade. I need to look away. Let's go through the indices and see how they are doing. Now we know the SPY is sitting up here. It had its little push. It's getting that wicky wicker off on the tops. And now, of course, DT is going to get me in when I don't really care to be. So we're going to see what the SPY wants to do here, guys, because we are getting that wicking off, which you should expect it because it's coming right into these lows, right? So like if we look at this, okay, we're going to see some obvious demand in this area because it's a bottom, okay? It showed as support before. So that might be the area, just like I said to you in pre-market, probably going to come up, test this, and then sell off. But I wanted to see even more sell-off from here, and we didn't get that. So that's why I'm out of this trade. That's why we made 40 bucks on this trade, 50 bucks on this trade, give or take. And that's why we are out, because we always respect our stop loss here. Always, 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 guys. So keep that in mind. Now, we only got 3 more minutes left, guys. So if you're still here with me and I have not got you to hit that subscribe button, please do it for me now, guys, because that is the only thing that is going to keep me out of work. When I say out of work, that means this is what I like to do for work. This is what I love to do. I like making money on the stock market, but I want to hit 1,000 subscribers so that way I can monetize what we got. I get plenty of watch time hours, but I need those subscription guys. I need 1,000 subscribers. So if you guys can reach out to your friends and family and give a shout out to them, get them to subscribe. 1,000 within the first year. That is my goal, guys, and we are doing an awesome job. We are already at 233 subscribers. Can you believe it? We are making so much headway. We are making so much progress. So if you know anybody that is willing to listen to me ramble, or that wants to learn, or that just wants to educate themselves, go ahead and send this out to them, baby, because I want to be here and I want to have a crowd. I'm an introvert who needs attention, and I hope you understand what I mean when I say that. So I love you guys. You guys are awesome. We got 2 more minutes. So if you got anything that you want me to spit about, if you want me to talk about, if you have a ticker that you want to see, tell me in the chat, because I only have 1 minute left and it is go time, baby. I don't know if this is going to get me into this or not, but we're going to put this up here at the bottom, DHT. And let's look at Apple, because remember, we did short Apple, guys. I put right here that we shorted Apple 1 share because I think under this 200-day moving average, it is going to fail. So we will see. And it looks like DHT doesn't want to get me in. It wants to be just heck on wheels, taking off higher. So I can't chase it, guys, as much as I'd love to get into DHT right now. I mean, this thing looks awesome. I don't know anything about DHT, actually. So if I bring up DHT on the thing, let's read it. DHT Holding Incorporated engages in the operations of a fleet of crude oil tankers and operates through its integrated management companies on Monaco, Singapore, and Oslo, Norway. The company has been founded in 2005 and is headquarters in Hamilton, Bermuda. So I am now in DHT, the oil and gas crude oil tankers. Okay, so that's what they do, and that's now we know what DHT does, and we know that we are in it, baby. We are in it to win it because we did not chase the stock. We are in this beautiful breakout area of 1144. Some might say that was a good idea, and some might say that is a bad idea. What I say is it's my trade, and I have my conviction in this trade. What do you have? If you don't have conviction in this trade, you shouldn't be in this trade. You shouldn't be taking somebody else's books. But what I see here is a sell-off where all the stock buyers they held and institutional owners have been buying it up. As it came down here, we had a surprise earnings of 38 when expected was 35, and this thing busted up to the higher side, traded sideways, smacked right into a 10-day moving average, and started trading higher. So when my alert went off, it was because it broke a high. When it broke that high, I like when it breaks those highs, and I get in. Now, if it can hold out these areas and not try wildly lower and break me out at this 10-day moving average, then I'm in it to win it. So this 10-day moving average is my stop loss. So I don't really need to draw the red line, but just so we have an average idea of where that 10-day moving average is right now, it's right here. Meaning I will at least be able to stay in this stock for at least a day because it has already moved 3%, and the most that it moves is 4%, 4.3% in one day. Now, this thing can move more, yes, but will it? Usually not. That is, its average daily range is 4.3%, so I'll at least get to stay in the stock for a day so we can talk about it tomorrow. So before I leave, remember, we are in Beyond Meat to see if it wants to hold out for a bigger push. We are risking the total share price of $19 to try and get $19. It's a fun little gamble we took. Remember, SQs, we got out of SQs today because we thought the market is shaping up and might have the ability to bounce and head higher off the 200-day moving average. We won't know for sure until later. Okay, so those are the 3 trades that I'm in today that I took for you in front of you. I'm out of here, guys, so thank you so much for being a part of this. I absolutely love each and every one of you for bringing the support. I really, really do. And remember, guys, this red submarine has nothing to do with the red subscription button. But if you do want to see me again, just like I want to see you again, just hit that subscribe button, guys, because this is now a family business. We are all doing our part in this family to see this through. I have a lot of faith in my followers, and a lot of my followers have faith in me. So if you want to see a small channel grow, hit that subscribe button, baby. It's awesome to have you here. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to go hang out with my kiddos now. Peace.